compter mes doigts. Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts. Hey. Dis-moi où est ton papa? Sans même devoir lui parler, il sait ce qui ne va pas. Ah sacré papa, dis-moi où es-tu caché? Ça doit faire au moins 1000 fois que j'ai compté mes doigts.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Sunday. That's right. Sunday. Fun day. I should have worn my Mexico jersey. I just realized. Nice GTA fit, King. Whenever I wear this jacket, 3 fake fun days in a row. That yesterday was fun. We had some fun yesterday. We watched some reacts. Whenever I wear this linen jacket, everyone immediately says it's GTA. I don't know why. We're gonna watch BoyBoy today. Don't worry. Straight out of Vice City. Okay, well, that's what it is. It's Yakuza, baby. Kazuma Kiryu. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, I might actually low-key go change. I might change. I'm not kidding. I'm going to actually go and put my Mexico jersey on in a second. Because, like, I didn't even chat pressured. Yeah, no, I'm a bitch. I'm a bitch. Well, it's not even chat pressure. It's Flexican pressure. You know? It's Mexicano pressure. That's a little different. Like, I am Flexican. You know what I mean? I almost want to... Hold on. I'm going to do it. 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 Hold on. Wait, where is the... We've lost the old classics. I'm looking for Esperando Hasan. Where is it? Dude. Yes, I know Mallory suspended her campaign. What are you, crazy? You think I don't know? You think I haven't been paying attention? What are you, nuts? I know we're going to be talking about that in a second. Just wait. Just wait. I'm looking at this playlist, the intro songs that Lil Bear put together, but there's a lot of duds in there that we never use. And then there's a bunch of songs on here that we would normally use. Oh, here it is. All right, here
There's
it
only
is.
two genders.
Hold on, everybody. We're rerunning the desktop.
Italian and Mexican. When you go to the
Hold on, I'll be
Southwest,
back.
you
One
become
second.
more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta ¿por qué eres millonario? Y él empieza a gritar. Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, ya vamos a comenzar. Ya veremos si con este gran corrido me dejas bajo la casa. Un saludo a Hasan.
There you go. Even the grito. My life for La Raza, okay? My life for La Raza. What do you mean, Zoran under the jacket? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, before people say, oh, where's the new one? I have the new one. My mom, when she went to Mexico, went and got me the new one. But I personally love this one. This one's the old Aztec one, which is important because it's the tallest. It's the highest altitude stadium on the planet, right? It's a little bit of an advantage. Okay, the grito sold me. I don't even care how you say jalapeno. I mean, yeah, I say jalapeno on purpose. I say jalapeno like that on purpose. Anyway, important Mexico World Cup update. That's good. That's good. I am rooting unconditionally for Mexico, of course. Did you see players are allowed to take Viagra to combat the altitude? Viagra is not a banned substance and it combats altitude sickness. Wait, really? We're going to talk about Balogun's red card on USA being suspended. Donald Trump made a boss call very clearly. W Mexico, I made a tweet shitting on England, but auto-translate makes it look like I'm calling Mexico losers. I hate Twitter auto-translate so much. Did you see Orangeshito or Orangeshito? What does that even mean? Is this you, El Turco?
Telemundo presenta una gran miniserie de 5 emocionantes episodios.
Me llamaron traidor.
Volveré para limpiar mi nombre.
Te abandonaron, ¿no es cierto?
La vida de un hombre que desafió un imperio, traicionado por su propio hermano.
Me separaste de todo y de todos los que amo.
¿Por qué está aquí?
Por una guerra.
¡Fuego! Amor.
Tú y yo nos parecemos más de lo que crees.
Puedes cambiar tu destino.
Y venganza.
¡Unidos! ¡Matemos al verdadero enemigo! Perderemos gente, pero la victoria será nuestra.
El Turco, evento.
El Turco. Sí. Gracias. Me llamo El Turco. Dude, yeah. You're cheesing so hard. Yes, bro. Only Espanol for today, please. Yes. Where was I? Oh, blast off memes. Thank you. Free Rage homemade blast off memes. Okay. I'm going to shy away from cooking up Mallory McMorrow hater memes for the day because while she has not endorsed Abdullah Syed, I don't want her to endorse Haley Stevens either. So I'm going to keep my shit talking to a minimum, despite the fact that this person quite literally lost her race and had to drop out of the fucking race straight up because she came after the king and best not miss. Trump made FIFA remove the red card from the U.S. striker. Dude, I know. We're going to talk about all that. Okay. Trump's late night 4th of July speech. Mallory McMorrow quits Senate run. Sunday FUNDAY reacts are back. Did Trump remove Balogun red card? Have we watched the AOC data center video about more for perfect union? No. The fan account. If she does not endorse Abdullah, instead choose to endorse Haley Stevens, it will prove exactly what her vague opinion on Israel has been the entire time. Mallory McMorrow fan, vote Abdul. Working to bring former McMorrow supporters on the team Abdul. Let's go. We must elect Abdul to the U.S. Senate and works hard. Dude, I guess there are like Warrenites out there who genuinely like they are progressive and they just like don't see Warren or McMorrow as like a progressive spoiler, basically. They just like truly liked her. Yes, Mallory McMorrow is out. I hope a lot of McMorrow heads break for Abdul. What is this? This edit?
Down the street with the brim pull way down low. Ain't no sound but the sound of speed. Machine guns ready to go. Are you ready? Hey, are you ready for this? Are you hanging on the edge of your seat? Out of the doorway, the bullets rip to the sound of the beat. Yeah. Another one bites the dust.
Okay, I'm not. This is hater stuff. We're not doing hater stuff. McMorrow not endorsing either Stevens or Abdul Sayed, at least for now. Whoever wins his primary on August 4th will have my full support. That's pretty crazy from Mallory to just not come out with a bold statement and be like, yeah, fair is fair. I called Abdul a terrorist. That was wrong. I called Hasan Piker a terrorist. That was wrong. I was wrong about those things. You know what I mean? McMorrow's second choice voter poll. Who would your second choice be for McMorrow voters only? 55% break for Haley Stevens. Jesus Christ. Anyway, we'll get to that. It's a two-way race now. It's a two-way matchup, and we like it, especially because we like it a lot. And let me tell you why. Because from the start, I've always said if this was a two-way, if it was a one-to-one, it was like pro-Israel versus Israel critical, it would have been easy buckets for Abdul. Okay? But this is still fine. This is still good, especially because Abdul obviously gained a lot of momentum on his own, got to the first place slot, and Mallory McMorrow's campaign cratered. Let me blast off first, and then we'll get into it, okay? Trump's late night 4th of July speech. Okay, hold on. Mallory McMorrow quits Senate run after smear campaign. Smear campaign fails. Trump's late night 4th of July speech. Did Trump remove Balogun? Red card. This is really important. Michigan absentee ballots can be fixed if if a McMallory voter wants to adjust their vote. I don't know if we should be telling people that, considering how many of them voted for Haley Stevens potentially, or considering how many of them would be wanting to maybe potentially vote for Haley Stevens. You know what I mean? Yeah. What happened in Hasan's world? I want that update. Nothing. I went to my mom's with my grandma, my grandpa, my brother, and my sister-in-law, and we just literally sat there. We sat there and we watched the fireworks. And Kaya too. And we sat there and we watched fireworks, and it's yeah, it was great. Was Kai okay? Yeah, she was barking a little bit. But did you get bored? No AI songs played? Well, I sat there and I listened to the Trump speech because I'm a fucking patriot. So while my family was watching fireworks, lame, what I was doing was listening to my president, patriotic, right? Because I'm a patriot. They're not. I'm a patriot. You wearing out the suit every day look? What do you mean? I'm not wearing a suit today. What is it? I can't get anything. I get yelled at if I'm not wearing a suit. I get yelled at if I'm wearing a suit. What the hell is going on? Don't make me I will put the motherfucking, I'll put the gun show away. You guys keep talking shit, I will literally put the gun show away. No more guns. We will go back. I'll put the jacket back on. Okay? Right now, gun show. Frustrate me? No more gun show. Jacket's back on. It's over. It's gun control. I'm straight, so those threats don't work on me, which show chorizo, bro. That's crazy. Who's stronger right now? You or Will? I don't know. Probably Will. I've been fucking weak. I've been weak as hell. I got to get on TRT, man. I got to get on Reddit, True Tide, and I got to get on TRT. That's what I got to do. Half this chat wants you to jack it. You are old. It's true. I am old. Typical liberal threatening to take the guns away. I'm the first male victim of objectification. Like, that's it. Maverick War quits. All right. Reacts are back. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Mandatory FUNDAY. Okay. There it is. Would Twitch allow you to stream in a Speedo? Yes, but I'm not going to do that because I don't have the body fat percentage or the confidence to be able to pull that off. Secular Talk just posted, go watch the gun show. Did you watch already the Morgue Pie clip from last week about how she thinks you're aging like fine wine? I did not. Come on, man. You should not be ashamed to show that dad bod. See, this is what I mean. There is the way you don't believe in yourself and you're obviously fun as fuck gives me confidence. I don't believe in myself. And it's normal. It's normal that I don't believe myself. What is this? Denims, I won my lawsuit against Ethan Klein. Not yet, but we'll watch it. That's cool that she made a video on it. She deserves it. We'll obviously talk about that too. You can't compete, brother.
The Trump administration believes this revived presidential.
Shut the fuck up. Really?
The Trump administration believes this revived presidential fitness test will fuel the Trump administration.
Fake news count again.
This is the first time I've tried pull-ups in 4 months since I had my shoulder surgery. A little under 4 months. I'm gonna try it again. I hope nothing pops.
Oh! Oh! Get him off of there! Why is he shaking like that? Oh, God! Scary. Apparently, Casey Tron got banned. Wait, why? Don't watch the Denims video. She wears a suit and completely mocked you in it. Sag. Dude. Dude, what the hell? Dude, watching this guy try to go through the motions of like what regular people do is so funny. Low-key impressive though, no? No! No, look at him. No wonder his shoulder popped. Also, come on, dude. That's like... I mean, I guess it's impressive that he can shake so much. That's a little bit of a half rep for sure. I've never seen anybody's shoulder shake like that. Like, genuinely. Like, I've never seen an entire body contort like this. I'm not sure why. This is, I saw while browsing Twitter. Okay, I have no idea why Casey Tron got banned. I don't know why you guys said it like she got banned for watching the Denims video because Denims was wearing a suit in it. Yes, I know. To learn who rules over you, simply find out who you are not allowed to criticize. I do think that it's not, the best. I do think it's not the best. What is this? Denims cooked you?
The fair use inquiry does not ask whether the criticism or parody of the copyrighted work is just or accurate or mean-spirited, but simply whether the use is of the kind that copyright is designed to protect. If I went on stream and I watched Hasan's broadcast and I said, his head is way too big and it bothers me, that would be a factually incorrect statement. That would be
what the
protected with
fuck?
fair use. You don't.
What? Bro, this bullshit ass lawsuit was 300 pages of me eating dick and balls. And then she wins the fucking lawsuit and then she redirects the enmity back. What the hell is going on? I can't catch a motherfucking break up in these parts, bro. Literally, the half of the lawsuit, which is so funny that, like, obviously we covered it here, so you are aware of this. And if you're in Denims' community, you're aware of this. But, like, the overwhelming majority of the content that Ethan and his, like, dumbass lawyer put together in this lawsuit was just, like, saying I'm Adolf Hitler or saying I'm the Grand Mufti and Snark is Adolf Hitler. I don't know. Everyone was Hitler in this lawsuit, which is supposed to be a copyright lawsuit. So I was already fucking eating mad dick on this lawsuit, and then she wins the lawsuit, and then she redirects it back at me.
Don't need to make statements that are accurate for them to be defended under fair use. Fair use is only asking whether or not you are creating a new product and transforming a work.
What is this? Now I can watch Hasan in 180p? Yeah, actually, you know what she was saying? I take it back. You know what she was saying? She was saying my head is perfectly sized for my body. It's actually not too big and it's not too small, right? Like, that's what she was saying, which is cool. You see what I mean? It's very cool. Anyway, we're obviously gonna get to Mallory McCuomo quitting. I can't be flexing too hard on this shit. I can't be flexing too hard because, like, obviously we don't want Mallory McMorrow to be like, these guys are all sexist. They, like, sexistly were upset that I called them terrorists. You know what I mean? That's just not how it works. Unfortunately, in this day and age, you just have to kind of eat it if someone calls you a terrorist. And then if they genuinely turn around and go, oh, you didn't appreciate me calling you a fucking terrorist and connecting you to an anti-Semitic hate crime attempt, well, guess what? Then you're a fucking misogynistic piece of shit. And then everyone on MS Now will sincerely advance that agenda. Like, they will genuinely be like, yeah, if you don't want to be called a terrorist as a Muslim man in the United States of America, well, if you have an issue with that, you're a fucking sexist piece of shit. You fucking Bernie, bro. You fucking Bernie, bro. That's literally what has happened these past couple of weeks. It's very cool. It's very cool that we're doing that. You're already getting some flack that your fans are shitting on her while you're begging to get an endorsement. It's already happening, sir. Yeah, I think people should be excited that I'm offering charity and grace and understanding to a person who literally lit her own campaign on fire by unironically engaging in rank Islamophobia. You know? I just don't think she's going to endorse Abdul, but it is what it is. Dude, you're a surrogate. Please be smarter. I'm not a surrogate. I'm an independent content creator. I'm not a surrogate. I'm an independent content creator. I have my own opinions. I have my own mentality. Okay. I have my own mindset. Not affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America. Not affiliated with the Abdul campaign. Just a random guy. Okay? I don't know why you guys think I'm a surrogate. I'm not the father. I'm the father that stepped up. All right, we got the coveted UMitch voter endorsement, which is cool. Beef ended with UMitch voter. Okay, election Twitter is back on. I no longer have smoke for the autists, for the election Well, some of them I do have smoke for, because some of them. Some of the election Twitter, you know who I'm talking about, especially the ones in Europe. Some of them are such fucking weirdos. I don't understand. But UMitch voter is back on our good side, folks. Officially, it's official. We're burying the hatchet. We're burying the hatchet with UMitch voter. Okay? We love UMitch voter. UMitch voter is not from Michigan, so he can't even vote for Abdul El-Sayed, by the way, which I feel kind of fraudulent. Like I feel kind of lied to about that when I found out that he's from fucking New Jersey. At least he was doing work for Claire and Daria Liza's campaigns. He was door knocking for them, which I think is cool. But this motherfucker actually votes in New Jersey. Okay. So yeah, UMitch non-voter, more like. It's crazy. He went to school in Michigan, though. It doesn't matter. You're not a voter in Michigan. Change your name to Rutgers voter, okay? What gives? You know what I mean? Like, change your name to Rutgers voter, UMitch voter. You are not in Michigan any longer. You're in New Jersey. Yeah, change it to Scarlet Knight voter or some shit. What gives? So let's be real. It's a devastating day for girl power. Well, there's some girl power, girl boss victories here, but some major girl boss defeats and losses. Obviously, let's get started with Mallory McMorrow. So Mallory McMorrow, who's like a toy designer, toy car designer, and also real car designer at some point from California, moves to Michigan, decides she's going to run for Senate. And at first, you know, she gets the Warren nod, she gets the Warren endorsement. And things are looking fine for her, I guess. Obviously, Abdul El-Sayed is like the true progressive, the true Bernie-crat in this race, comes out with a Bernie endorsement. And then he's running against the establishment machine behemoth that is Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens is the AIPAC stooge in this race. Millions, tens of millions of dollars that AIPAC and all these other outside, corporate PACs, super PACs are dumping at the behest of Haley Stevens. Pretty much everyone that understands politics knows exactly what this race is shaping out to be. But I was a little worried, partially because the race was a sleepy one for some weird reason, despite its national significance. This is a purple state. It went to Trump, even though on the same ballot, a CIA agent, a cookie cutter neoliberal, was still capable of defeating Mike Rogers. That's how bad Mike Rogers is. He's running again. His name is going to come up. He's running again now, this time against whoever wins the Democratic primary on August 4th, which I hope is going to be Abdul El-Sayed, our boy. But yeah, somewhere a couple months ago, Abdul El-Sayed gives me a phone call. He says, Hasan, we've done a bunch of stuff together. You know, you've come to Dearborn. We've worked out together. You fundraised for me. I want you to stump with me. And I said, sure. I've never done that before, but it's probably not any different than, doing a regular live stream, right? And boy, was I wrong. At that point, there's not a lot of attention on this race, but Abdul has the fundamentals, right? And I knew that if people started hearing about this guy, if they started hearing about what his policies were, what his background was, right? If they started seeing him more, they would love him. They would fall in love with this guy because he's a fantastic candidate, right? Rhodes Scholar, doctor, worked in public health, wrote a book about Medicare for all, ran on a pro Medicare for all gubernatorial run in 2018, right? So he's fantastic. He's got the solid fundamentals. He's a real fighter, right? And I knew that if the people of Michigan found out more about him, because the issue was his campaign and the race is not getting a lot of national attention. If people in Michigan found out more about him, they would love him. They would absolutely vote for him. Turns out that was the case. So when Abdul asked me to stomp for him, I was like, sure, let's do it. Who gives a shit? And immediately I started getting phone calls. Adam Wren of Politico, Wall Street Journal, Washington Post. They're like, what are you doing? Can we get a comment? Can we get a comment? I'm like, what the fuck is going on? Turns out stomping for a candidate and going and doing a rally for a candidate is a lot different in the eyes of mainstream media than fundraising for a candidate, having a candidate on your broadcast, asking them questions, asking them about policy questions. Because mainstream media finds that to be very different. They started attacking me. They started attacking Abdul. They were like, why is Hasan Piker, this dangerous, rabid anti-Semitic terrorist, coming to Michigan? Why is Abdul doing this? Third Way, which is responsible for the Democratic Party's neoliberalism for the last 3 to 4 decades, was very aggressively coming after Abdul, and they thought the best possible way to do this is by connecting Abdul to someone like myself, not dissimilar to what the Andrew Cuomo campaign had done. Andrew Cuomo, if you recall, in the last couple of months, or the last couple of weeks, rather, leading up to his failed mayoral election, decided to tune up the Islamophobia and attack Zohran Mamdani. Zohran Mamdani also is Muslim, right? And part of the ways that they were trying to terror jacket Zohran Mamdani was by connecting him to me. Hasan said America deserved 9/11. You won't disavow him. You won't disavow him. You won't criticize him. You won't attack him. You've been on his broadcast. You love him. He's your best friend. It didn't work. Zohran won that race because most voters did not give a shit. Most voters are like, I don't care. He wants fast and free buses. I like that. That's a good idea. He wants a rent freeze. I want that. That's a good idea. But of course, these guys are trying it again. And they tried it again. And it not only failed, but it actually ended up backfiring so spectacularly. Okay? Now, this is important because Mallory McMorrow at the time was trying to find the Goldilocks zone. She was endorsed by Warren. She was trying to say that she's a pragmatic progressive, that Abdul El-Sayed is too pie in the sky. His ideas are maybe a little too radical. He's too Muslim. He's too invested in Medicare for all. You should vote for me instead. That's what people need. That's what the people of Michigan would vote for. And I think in that process, that triangulation caused her to lose fans on both sides. And her support from the progressive side, the Warrenites, that actually do think Elizabeth Warren is like a far better candidate than Bernie Sanders. And there are still some people out there, right? Basically, the progressive wing, the true progressive wing, saw Mallory McMorrow's attacks against me and against Abdul El-Sayed and realized that she's not going to be the true anti-Israel candidate, that she's not going to be the true progressive candidate in this race. This kind of centrist triangulation does not work anymore. Okay? It doesn't work. Matt Bernstein interview was a turning point. Brother, it's the Matt Bernstein interview I'm sure helped. But I think if you've been in this community long enough, you've seen literally the turning point. Her campaign cratered straight up after the attacks. And she made a bunch of bad mistakes in the process. That was another big moment. This interview was a big moment, certainly. I think Emma and Matt did a fantastic job of trying to identify what was her. We were being pretty nice to her until then. Dog, we are marginal in this. Okay, you're silly. Us being mean to someone, you think that changes anything? Are you crazy? Get over yourself. I can certainly get over myself. Even if I am a part of this story, you should be able to get over yourself as well. No. Here's how it starts. The turning point is when she decides to slander Abdul and come after myself and be like, oh, Hasan's a terrorist. Hasan is like Nick Fuentes. And then she says maybe he's not like Nick Fuentes, whatever, right? So that's when the turning point begins. Right after that, because she went with the third way. She went to Jewish Insider, an AIPAC propaganda piece, right? She went to the Jewish Insider and she gave a sit-down exclusive interview to Jewish Insider. Okay? That was huge. That was a huge mistake. Okay? That was mistake number one, perhaps the most devastating mistake that she made. Then she did the cringe video where she was dancing at the convention in Michigan, and people were like, "Ugh, this is lame." Whatever. Okay, that was mistake number two. Mistake number three was when she decided to call into question Abdul al-Sayed's medical credentials on whether or not he should be able to call himself a doctor. And that was really interesting because I've never seen such bad instincts from a campaign in my life. First, doing the failed attack and saying like Abdul al-Sayed is like a terrorist because he's with another terrorist, a random fucking Twitch streamer no one gives a shit about. You all of a sudden look wishy-washy. You're not going to get the pro-Israel crowd on your side because you've already said stuff that's like somewhat critical of Israel. But then now you're losing the critical of Israel crowd as well because you're attacking a prominent critic of Israel all of a sudden, right? So that was a huge mistake. But then she doubled and tripled and quadrupled down on that mistake by then highlighting the salience of Dr. Abdul al-Sayed's medical credentials. It was the dumbest attack of all time. You could have called him like short or something, or that he couldn't grow a full enough beard, and that would have been a better attack than fucking coming after a guy who's a Rhodes Scholar and a public health professional in Detroit, saying, hey, I don't think you're credentialed enough. That motherfucker doesn't have one but two different degrees. Two. He's doctor times two. And you brought that up for no reason. It blew my mind. It's like saying, Dr. Abdul al-Sayed, can he bench press 3 plates? Actually, let's take a look. It's like, yeah, he can. Why did you bring that up? Now everybody knows he can definitely do that. Maybe a lot of people didn't know he could do that beforehand, but now they do. You brought this up. So that was a huge, huge part of this as well. And then she did this interview with Matt Bernstein and Emma Vigeland. And in that interview, it was very clear that she was like wishy-washy. But it was just a sequence of unbelievable mistakes, and she just could not hold it together. right? This is why her campaign fell apart. Because Mallory McMorrow could have been an unassuming, cookie-cutter progressive in any other race, in any other time frame. But she chose to run against a far more progressive candidate when people are looking for change candidates. Okay? She chose the perhaps worst time for people who triangulate their messaging. Right now, people are looking for moral conviction. They're looking for real fighters. And you, unfortunately, tried to constantly triangulate your messaging to find this Goldilocks zone. And that comes across as insincere because it is insincere. At least with Haley Stevens, you know where she stands. Whoever's given her money is her master. Whether it be Israel, whether it be Big Pharma, whether it be these corporate PACs, that's who she will serve. With Mallory McMorrow, she tried to play both sides. And she hammered support from both sides. This is important. This is I'm not saying this is as someone who is biased in the direction of Abdul al-Sayed. I promise you. Okay? I promise you, this is not coming from a place of bias for Abdul. This is straightforward analysis that I would conduct on this race, whether I was, in the tank for Abdul or not. That's it. Well, you are, but let's pretend this is objective law. No. Of course I am. I'm not hiding that. I'm not hiding that at all. But I also can remove myself from the equation and explain to you why this failed. Okay, putting myself back into the story, it's easy for me to sit here and be like, come at the king, best not miss. Oh my God. Big dangerous moment for you, right? I could just make this all about myself. I'm not. I am talking about the way that this is perceived by normal people, because I know that most normal people don't know who the fuck I am. At most, maybe they know me as a guy who criticizes Israel. Okay? I know where I stand in the American political the American political arena. Her making this decision only shows exactly what kind of her deciding to do this, her deciding to attack someone like myself and Abdul and then be like, oh, you guys are terrorists. You guys are far too comfortable with terrorism. You're anti-Semitic. That what's more important for the voters and what's more important for my analysis there is that this is her decision-making process. That she made such a spectacularly stupid decision because, if anything, the people who know who I am are going to look at that and go, oh, you're fake, you're phony. And most people don't know who I am. And they're going to go, why the fuck are you talking about this? Wait a minute. Did you just call this guy anti-Semitic? Let me look into his positions. Oh, that's right. He's anti-Israel. And that's why you're doing that. Fuck that. I've heard that many times over. I'm not supporting you. That's exactly what happened. Okay. Oh my God. I'm putting the suit back on. Everyone is going crazy. Everyone's going crazy. Oh man, rough day for the Mexico jersey. I'm La Raza, but we're playing against the best player in the world today. I don't give a fuck. All right. There it is. You did this. You did this. You did this, mijo. Mi gente. All right, gun control is back. All right, so do we have a playlist, by the way? Guns are holstered. You look like a golf cart salesman? Good. Okay, so apparently there's a New York Times article on this as well, of course. McMorrow suspends campaign. Senate bid in Democrats' heated Michigan primary. Let's listen to it.
McMorrow suspends Senate bid in Democrats' heated Michigan primary. This article is by Reed J. Epstein and read by an automated voice. Mallory McMorrow, the Democratic Michigan state senator who tried to cut a middle path between moderate and left-wing rivals, suspended her campaign for the U.S. Senate on Sunday, amid poor polling numbers and fundraising that did not keep pace with her two main rivals. Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate, Ms. McMorrow said in a video posted on social media. She thanked her volunteers, donors, and staff for their support. Ms. McMorrow's departure leaves Michigan's Democratic Senate primary a two-way contest between Representative Haley Stevens, a moderate, and Dr. Abdul El-Sayed, a progressive former public health official. Ms. Stevens is backed by Senator Chuck Schumer of New York and pro-Israel groups, while Dr. El-Sayed has endorsements from Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont and Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez
no HasanAbi mentioned. What the fuck?
Ms. McMorrow did not make an endorsement in her announcement Sunday, but said she would support whoever wins the primary. Ms. McMorrow's argument to Michigan voters was that they did not have to choose between Ms. Stevens, a four-term congresswoman with deep ties to the party establishment, and Dr. El-Sayed, whose left-wing views have made some Democrats nervous about his ability to win a general election. He lost the 2018 Democratic primary for governor to Gretchen Whitmer, who subsequently won two general elections by wide margins. We are being presented right now with what I believe is a false binary choice between the status quo in Haley Stevens and a candidate who has never won a campaign before, Ms. McMorrow said in a CNN interview last month. Michigan Republicans are set to nominate former Representative Mike Rogers, who narrowly lost the state's Senate race in 2024. The Senate seat is being vacated by Senator Gary Peters, a Democrat who is not seeking a third term. The primary is August 4th. Dr. El-Sayed praised Ms. McMorrow in a statement after her announcement. Senator McMorrow showed what it looks like to fight back against a politics that rigs the system against too many of us, he said. While we have policy disagreements, I never questioned whether Senator McMorrow would fight for a better America for my daughters and hers. Ms. Stevens also commended Ms. McMorrow. Mallory McMorrow has been an important voice, both in this race and in the state Senate, for policies that benefit Michigan's children and families, and I look forward to working with her in the future to build a stronger Michigan for everyone, she said. Holding Michigan's Senate seat is critical to Democratic hopes of winning control of the...
Okay, I'll just read the rest of it, whatever. Holding Michigan's Senate seat is critical to Democratic hopes of winning control of the chamber in November's midterm elections. The party must retain the Senate battleground it holds now and flip at least 4 Republican-held seats to seize a majority. Okay. Long adept at cable news interviews and creating viral moments online, Ms. McMorrow began to bleed support in public polling after she condemned Dr. El-Sayed for campaigning in March with Hasan Piker, the left-wing streamer who has defended Hamas and called Israel an apartheid state. Remember, whenever the New York Times used to quote me back in the day, they would say he has accused Israel of doing a genocide. Now they've moved on to he has called Israel an apartheid state in air quotes. This is a New York Times style guide decision. I'm not the only one who calls Israel an apartheid state. Every single humanitarian rights organization also calls Israel an apartheid state. So does the United Nations. So does the ICJ. And so does the ICC. So I'm not alone in this. You're making it seem like I just came up with it on my own. Okay? Objectively true. Objectively true analysis. Objectively true assessment. Anyway, the move backfired quickly. Her remarks helped burnish Dr. El-Sayed's claim that he was the lone progressive candidate in the race and the one most willing to criticize American funding of the Israeli military. And she won little support from moderate voters, and millions of dollars of pro-Stephen advertising poured into the state from the American Israel Public Affairs Committee and other groups. 5 super PACs have spent a combined $32 million to back the congresswoman, including 2 groups tied to AIPAC. Yeah. You moved up from podcaster to streamer. Yes. So, at least they didn't call me controversial, I guess. They just said the left-wing streamer, so that's good. We're moving up in the world. But yeah, this is literally not only just in the paper of record, but this is true. Like, there were numerous pollsters, including Mitchell, a right-wing pollster, that ironically pointed to this decision that they made. Obviously, it's not because I'm a super popular person. I need you guys to understand something. When I bring this up, I'm not saying, oh, she came after me and I'm so goddamn popular that everyone in Michigan loves me and they were mad at her. That's not the point. That's not what happened. That's not the truth. Okay? I need you to understand that. That's not the truth. Okay? Her doing this, just like the New York Times is correctly pointing to, destroyed her credibility in the progressive side. Okay? That's it. Her positioning herself, her investment in trying to win both sides, trying to find the perfect Goldilocks zone of progressive, but not so progressive that it's scary. Okay? That made her look wishy-washy, inconsistent, and a politician. At a time when people are not looking for politicians, they're looking for fighters. One big difference between the latest progressive edge candidates and ones in the past is that they're getting decent margins with black and Latino voters. McMorrow flopped for the same reason Warren and Pete did. Your base can't be fully white in the modern Democratic Party. I cannot believe this. Zaid Jilani with a correct take. I mean, he loves Abdul. So he actually does have decent analysis on the Abdul stuff. Zaid Jilani, I can't wait for him to make like 8 wrong takes about wokeness and culture warrior shit now after this one rare W. Zaid is pretty good. What do you mean? Yes, I don't mind Zaid's opinions. I just think that he is such a culture war obsessive. I hope he subtweets your ass. No, he doesn't. He also doesn't even reply to me usually when I will straight up reply to him. It's so funny because he is an anti-culture war warrior, right? He's always been that guy. And there's a couple of these guys that do not realize that they have become what they hate. Because they were low-key, somewhat on the correct side if their criticisms, just like mine, was that this hyper focus on hollowed out idpol is silly, stupid, voters don't like it. That's correct. But these guys are so obsessed with it that they think anything and everything is hearkening back to the culture wars. And their hyper focus on hating idpol has turned them into the same culture war obsessives that they previously used to criticize. Unsurprisingly, Dana Nessel, Michigan Attorney General, has endorsed Democrat Haley Stevens for U.S. Senate. She is another pro-Israel person. Obviously, she very famously and very controversially tried to prosecute student demonstrators, if you recall. So that's not surprising to me at all. So you're going to see the dominoes fall. You're going to see a lot of people. You're going to see a lot of people that are in positions of power actively go and actively push for Haley Stevens because they're just unbelievably pro-Israel. She's the one who also smeared Rashida Tlaib. Yes, she's the one who lied about Rashida Tlaib. Shannon Watts, our favorite, endorsed Haley Stevens as well. Not surprising to anyone, obviously. Has Big Gretch weighed in? I hope she doesn't. Because that's going to be a tough nut to crack. What gives? It's really going to be a righteousness versus piss real election? Yes. Big Gretch is super unpopular right now because of the data centers. Yeah. So, here's the thing. If Mama Gretch wants to win a little bit more shine as a relatively progressive governor, she probably will stay out of this election, or better yet, endorse Abdul Al-Sayed. I don't think she's going to do that. Okay? I don't think she's going to do that. So the best we can hope for is that she doesn't endorse Haley Stevens. I just don't think any of these people, that are in positions of power that aren't true leftists, true left populists are going to do the right thing. I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised by MCMORROW, by Big Gretch, but I certainly think that my expectation is that they'll rat fuck, and I'll be very pleasantly surprised if they don't rat fuck, and I would be unbelievably surprised if they turn around and actually endorse Abdul Al-Sayed. That's my assessment. Okay? That's where I'm at. I don't think the main reason Mallory dropped in the polls was her attacking you or Abdul. I think running as a diet progressive was never going to work, especially without Bernie or AOC endorsements. So why would anyone vote for her over Abdul? No, the pivot point did come from the attack, because she was doing all right. She was never endorsed by AOC, and neither was Abdul, but she was doing all right in the polls. She was actually pretty close to Abdul. She was actually beating Abdul. Abdul was in third place. Abdul Al-Sayed was in third place in a relatively close race between Haley Stevens usually being in first place, or sometimes Mallory McMorrow being in first place. It was a three-way statistical tie at best for Abdul, but he was literally in third place in every single one of those polls. Okay? And then Haley Stevens and Mallory McMorrow came out and pushed this line. Okay? Haley Stevens came out, or Mallory McMorrow first came out and pushed this line that Abdul was, unserious, dangerous, chumming it up with a radical terrorist. And that was when her campaign started collapsing. You can literally see it. Anyway, yeah, we saw this. This is from April. Senate poll showing McMorrow voters' second choice is 55% Stevens, 25% to Syed. But again, and I think, yeah, McMorrow has been a force in Michigan and seemed to have real camaraderie with Abdul Al-Sayed early on. We'll see if that extends to now. No. There was reporting that centrist Dems in D.C. were pressuring her to drop out and endorse Stevens. And I think she just dropped out, but did not endorse Stevens. That might change. But yeah, that poll is the pre, let's say the pre-HasanAbi Hex poll. At what point does the AIPAC machine move on from Stevens to focus on in the general? Is there really that much belief in Stevens? Right now, the AIPAC machine is not trying to get Stevens elected, because the AIPAC machine doesn't care. The AIPAC doesn't care if Haley Stevens is the candidate or if it's Mike Rogers. They just want the pro-Israel person to win. So what they're doing right now is putting a quote-unquote progressive spin or a Democrat spin on the attacks. That's why they don't mind wasting away $30 million on the race for Haley Stevens. They just don't want Abdul to win the primary. But if Abdul wins the primary, then all of that money that they spent is not actually going to be a waste at all. One might think, oh, well, from AIPAC's position, they just backed the wrong horse, like Haley Stevens lost. That's not a waste at all from their perspective because they're agnostic to party affiliation. As a matter of fact, most of the major donors on AIPAC's side are actually right-wingers. They're like Trump voters. They're super right-wing, right? But they are right-wing, but they only care about one issue. They care about Israel. So the negative attack ads that they're positioning right now can be utilized by Mike Rogers and the general. And Mike Rogers can say, see, even Democrats didn't trust you. You should vote for me instead. It's not going to work because obviously people are unbelievably polarized and they hate Donald Trump. They want to punish Donald Trump. They want to hold Trump accountable. They know that the way to do that is by a Senate majority, which is why we're predicting a blue wave year. And it would have been a blue puddle if it wasn't for these fucking progressive candidates. I'm telling you that right now. I was very worried in the beginning of these primaries that this was going to be a blue puddle. I think it's going to be a blue wave because of the progressive candidates that have a tremendous amount of grassroots momentum and excitement behind them. Right? Big Gretch already said she won't endorse anyone in the Senate primaries, but that doesn't mean anything. That can change. Can you explain rat fucking? Dude, what? Rat fucking is just like trying to shank someone, okay? Trying to ruin someone's chances. How is that? Are you fucking serious? Like you don't understand the simplest of all concepts? It's right there, man. Are you 12? Backstabbing. Okay? Trying to ruin someone's run by coming out of left field, out of nowhere, and deciding to harm their chances. Elizabeth Warren staying in the race in 2020 when she knew she was going to lose her own state to Bernie Sanders in an effort to split the progressive lane was a rat fucking. Okay? That's what it was. Mallory McMorrow dropping out to solidify her support, however much of her support she can, to back Haley Stevens would be a rat fucking. Sometimes you guys can just Google things, okay? You don't have to ask me everything. I'm not your one-stop shop for Google. Yeah, Barack Obama calling all the centrist Dems in 2020 to solidify support as they saw Bernie Sanders rising through the primaries was a rat fucking. They all dropped out piece by piece and endorsed Joe Biden. Chill out, dog. What's your problem? Sorry, I'm a little tense. Yeah. Here is an American slang term for behind-the-scenes covert political sabotage or dirty tricks, particularly pertaining to elections. It was brought to public attention by Bob Woodward and Carl Bernstein in All the Presidents Met in 1974, the book that chronicled their investigative reporting of the Watergate scandal. Okay? There's literally a Wikipedia page for it. That's why I said you can Google it. Anyway, I really do hope Elizabeth Warren backs Abdul al-Sayed. This would be very helpful. We're not Googling rat fucking, you idiot. No, it's not. How do I bake a cake? So how do I bake a cake? Okay, fine. Take 5 minutes. Yes, rat fucking has a very specific meaning to politics. But yeah.
It's not that crazy, or not as crazy as Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson wants you to think it is. That is the message in a new ad running throughout this July 4th weekend from the Progressive Change Campaign Committee. It is a political action committee that identifies itself as a million-member.
Yeah, the Progressive Change, the PCCC also is low-key a rat fucker. Adam Green actually was a big Warrenite, a big Warren endorser. They also cooked Bernie at the time, and now they're kind of taking credit over the DSA plank, the DSA policy platform, to make it seem as though, you know, Mike Johnson is talking about PCCC. It's fine because they have a lot of money, so I'm not that frustrated by it unless they use that money faucet against us. Okay?
For grassroots organization building progressive power at the local level, at the state level, and at federal levels. Watch this.
They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud. Abolish the Electoral College. Damn straight. Replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy.
Yep.
Expand the House of Representatives.
That's right.
Establish public ownership of the largest corporations and essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
Hell yeah.
Y'all, it goes on and on and on.
So it's interesting, like I said, because like all three of the candidates that they use on this are DSA. They're DSA cadre candidates too. Like that's what's so well, I guess Maylot really isn't, but she's or is she? I don't know how long Maylot was in the Democratic Socialists of America, but regardless, doesn't matter.
Those people you just saw, Chris Rabb and Claire Valdez and Maylot Quiros, were the ones in that clip. All three are progressive.
I know she's DSA, chatters. I know Maylot is DSA. I just meant, like, is she... Maylot was endorsed by DSA National more than Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They're all DSA. They're all
we had Quiros on
straight
the show,
up DSA candidates.
Last week, and all three just won their primaries. Their point? That these are not crazy ideas. They are winning messages.
She's been around, but she's not cadre. Like Claire Valdez is longtime DSA. Zora Mamdani is longtime DSA. There's a difference. Like, there's a difference between like a cadre candidate versus someone who is a member who is a candidate versus someone who is endorsed by the DSA. For some of the local DSA chapters, they don't even demand that you be a member to get endorsed. They don't even demand you be a socialist to get endorsed. Some chapters, like San Francisco, won't endorse anyone unless they are at least openly a socialist or running as a socialist, which I don't think is bad. I mean, these are different strokes for different folks.
Like Maylot Quiros told me on this program last weekend. These ideas are resonating with people.
Yeah, cadre is someone whose main organizing home is DSA versus someone who became a member via other organizing and then got endorsed. Yes.
And while centrist Democratic candidates are also winning their primaries, the progressives and even the Democratic Socialists, they're having a moment. It is undeniable. That is why a whole lot of eyes are on Michigan right now to see what happens in the Democratic Senate primary there.
What do you mean by cadre? We already explained it. Someone whose main organizing home has been the Democratic Socialists of America, someone who's actually run as a DSA candidate in like a local position, someone who's been there for a much longer time.
The field is made up of...
And yes, DSA can endorse a non-socialist. Yes, and sometimes they do. Are people just fucking with me today? Now they're just like, can you Google, can someone Google cadre, please? Can you explain to us Can you explain to chat what rat fucking is again? There's just... What is happening? What is this ChatGPT time? Is that what it is? What the fuck's going on? No, you're just being baited more than usual. That's what's going on, isn't it? That's what's up. That's what's up. I'm getting cooked right now. I'm getting cooked.
Congresswoman Haley Stevens, State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and Abdul El Sayed, a former Wayne County health official. This is a hot race, hotly contested, and it has the Democratic Party split there. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer and other moderate Democrats have backed Haley Stevenson. You might have seen that Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez just gave a boost to Abdul El Sayed, who already has the backing of Bernie Sanders. And Abdul El Sayed joins me now, fresh off of that AOC endorsement. He is running in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary. Welcome to the show.
I guess this interview was before McMorrow dropped out.
Jacob, thanks for having me.
Shout out to Liz Smith with another banger campaign. Look, I don't want to say what I want to say about that. I just think that some of these people have bad instincts, okay? They have great connections with a lot of mainstream media outlets. They can put their candidates in those outlets and get them favorable coverage, but they're just not very good as political operators. And Liz Smith is one of those people. Like, she's big Pete Buttigieg booster. She's got her fingers in the James Tallarico pile right now, and I'm definitely worried about that. Okay. Neera Tanden is another one that's just like it's just not good. It's just not. Oh God. And these people fucking hate me too. I don't want them to hate me. I just want them to stop getting in the way. Okay. I want them to stop getting in the way of progress. Like, maybe they legitimately believe that their worldview is the smart adult choice, or maybe they're just backed by corporate entities, and that's the reason why they just like constantly get their candidates to run in this like very weird, very careful way that comes across as insincere for many voters. But it's just, come on, please. We can't. I want to defeat the Republican Party. I want to defeat Republicans. I want to make sure that no one ever wants to vote for a Republican ever again. Okay.
It's good to have you here. I think everybody knows Michigan is not New York, and it's not Denver even. What makes you confident that you can win not only this primary, but the critical election come November?
Jacob, I kicked off this campaign back in April of 2025. Since then, I've done 450 public events across 110 different cities. I could be in a living room in Lansing. I can be in a town hall in Detroit, a church in Escanaba, a VFW hall in Manistee. No matter where I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. It shouldn't be this hard to afford my groceries. Shouldn't be this hard to pay my rent or believe I could ever own a home. Shouldn't be this hard to see a doctor. Shouldn't be this hard to pay my taxes and know that money is going to be spent on me or my kids instead of dropping bombs on somebody else and their kids. That is the same frustration I think we're hearing echoing up and down the country right now. And they want politicians who aren't focused more on the direction of a political party and focused more on whether or not they're going to be able to afford their lives. That is true in Michigan. It's true in Colorado. It's true in New York. And I think we're seeing a lot of movement right now because politicians that are actually paying attention to the lives of the constituents they want to serve are succeeding.
Yeah, that they are. And you just picked up this endorsement from, as I mentioned, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. It's her first time in this primary cycle weighing in to a contested Senate election. What's your hope that her endorsement will do for you?
Well, this is somebody who's been leading at the forefront of the fight to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, and pass Medicare for all. That is what I'm running to do here in Michigan. Given her leadership as a strong, capable leader and the fact that she has established what it looks like for a generation to talk through and connect across a number of different generations. What she represents, I think, is true to the ideals that Michiganders want to see and also what is expressed. She's speaking to the frustrations that I'm hearing up and down my state. state. And so we're trying to build a movement where we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. A lot of people want to say, oh, is this far left, or where does this stand on some ideological spectrum? But most Michiganders aren't asking about an ideological spectrum. They're asking, how am I going to afford gas to get to work? And is that job going to be there for me tomorrow and tomorrow again? Can I get health care if I get sick? And the answer, unfortunately, for too many people is no. And we're leading a movement to try and address that by getting money out of politics, so our politics can finally be of the people, by the people, and for the people again.
We're seeing one of the first negative ads come out against you, and this happened in Colorado, too. I talked to Mila Kuros about this last weekend. This ad is from the United Democracy Project. It's a Washington, D.C.-based group that is aligned with AIPAC, and it accuses you of, quote, I want to make sure I get this right, a long history of disrespecting women. But the Detroit Free Press calls the accusations unpersuasive. What's your response to this ad that's airing on Michigan Airwaves right now?
You know, when they can't beat you on the fundamentals, they don't want to have a policy debate. What they do is they attack your character. I know what my leadership has been for folks across our state. You know, I've been in public service here for 10 years. People know my record. But the big question here is, why does an organization that wants to send our money abroad to go and drop bombs on women and children, to back a genocidal foreign government, why are they attacking me? Well, because they know that I want to keep our money here to invest in women's health here and childcare here. And they know that they can't beat us on the fundamentals of the debate. They know that their position is fundamentally unpopular, but they have tens of millions of dollars to spend. They've already spent $30 million in this race to beat me. They realized that they couldn't beat me by just pushing up their chosen candidate, and so now they're trying to attack my character. But Michiganders know better. They know who I am. I've been in public service here for a while, and my work has been about serving women and children, and so
we'll never support any candidate who proudly campaigns with Hasan Piker ever. Dude, that's so crazy to me. You are cattle. You have cucked yourself for no reason. I don't understand how you make a decision off of a fucking Twitch streamer like this. I like, it's so funny that these people are just positioning themselves in this way for no reason. You don't have to make an enemy out of me. You don't have to bring me up at all. You don't have to openly admit that your motivation here is a deep desire to hate on a fucking Twitch streamer. It's so stupid. I don't understand it. I would never be like, I will never support any candidate who proudly campaigns with Shannon Watts. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you want to know why I would never say that? Because it's fucking stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. Why wouldn't you simply support candidates that agree with your worldview? If a candidate campaigns with you and care about the policies, bro, she worked at Monsanto and health insurance companies, and she wasn't doing political activism. It's odd. It's not odd she hates you. It's pro-corporate consistency. Her worldview doesn't align with yours. I know, dude. I know that. Okay? I know that already. I'm saying how stupid it is for her to, like, identify this as a way to you know, come across like as a serious person. Do you not get it? I know why. I know why she feels the way that she does. I'm just saying, like, it's a dumb thing to openly admit. It immediately betrays whatever kind of, like, sincere policy position that you might have had, or your presentation is diminished. your position of authority as a sincere political activist is immediately diminished. These people are the hutches of the political world, but the reality is she is the problem. These people are the hutches of the political world. I agree. It's just kind of crazy that they are like leaning into this as though there is a robust political constituency here. There is none. This admission basically might get you some likes on Twitter because there's also like equally brain poisoned weirdos on this platform. But in the real world, if you were running around and being like, this guy is no good, this fucking Twitch streamer, if you were door knocking in Michigan and you were like, hey, I just want you to know this guy Abdul El Sayed, he's no good. Don't worry about his policies. He's no good because he's campaigning with a fucking Twitch streamer. They'd be like, get the fuck off my porch. I don't care. The fuck are you talking about, man? What kind of baby brain nonsense is this? Put the fucking policies in the bag. Am I crazy for this take? I feel like it's just it's the simplest take of all time. Are there some weaknesses on DSA or DSA adjacent candidates are running their campaign? How do you fix it? If you said this about Kamala, they would attack you for it. It would make more sense. Kamala Harris is not a random fucking Twitch streamer. Kamala Harris was the vice president. Like, I wouldn't say that regardless. But do you understand? Like, at least she's in a position of power, right? That's why I'm saying it's dumb. You were proven right when they tried it to DA. What a lot of these guys also don't understand is like, I'll be honest, regardless of how much I've been like shaking things up, there's a very high likelihood that I will probably go back to the DNC in 2028. Okay. So I don't know I don't know what we're doing here. I don't know what they think is going to happen. Like, I'm not going to fucking go away. Okay. There's a very high likelihood that not only will I go back to the DNC, but there's a very high likelihood that the candidate that I want to run for president will be running for president. Okay. So I don't know if you have the capacity to understand where things are going in American politics or not. But, you know, if you want a longer track record, a proven and tested track record, you should probably stop making these idiotic decisions. McMorrow made a press release against Haley Stevens like last month. Yeah, I think I will see. Yeah, DSA officially has over 120,000 members, by the way. Congratulations to the Democratic Socialists of America. Yes, of course, Dana Nessel endorsed Haley Stevens. She's a fucking pro-Israel stooge herself. Why does she deserve this much attention? Is she a significant person? No, but I think she's she's not. She's utterly irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. However, she's very relevant because she is a placeholder for a specific type of Democratic Party consultant. So when I'm actually like criticizing Shannon Watts, when I'm complaining about her, I'm not just talking about Shannon Watts. I'm talking about like a lot of these paid consultants that try to present themselves as like total independent thinkers who are unbiased and making the best decisions or whatever. They don't have real constituencies, but the constituencies that they have are the most important because they have the ear of candidates. They have the ear of other consultants, right? And unfortunately, these are the guys that still make or break elections for the most part, at least the ones that we can't touch, the ones that we're not involved in. Do you see what I mean? Lesson learned. The Elizabeth Warren progressive but not that progressive lane is dead end almost everywhere in the country. Also, declaring war on Hasan Piker is a terrible idea in a Democratic primary. There are very few places where a Warren Dem can outpace the Bernie economic populace in a primary. Very wealthy, white, college-educated areas with disproportionate number of post-grad degrees. That's pretty much it. Anyway, let's see what Mallory's take was as she announced that she's dropping out of the race.
Today, I'm announcing that I am suspending my campaign for United States Senate. And I'm doing it with a deep, deep sense of gratitude for our thousands of volunteers, for everyone who donated what you could, building a campaign with 0 corporate PAC dollars, for my staff, who built this team up from nothing. I thank you. For my family, for Ray, who believed in me long before I ever believed in myself, and for Noah, our 5-year-old who presses her hands up against the window to wave goodbye every morning when I leave for work. Remember, Mom, she reminded me recently, it's not about if you win. It's about trying hard and having fun. She's right. So I want to be very clear about what this announcement is not. I may be suspending this campaign, but I am not leaving the fight. I never planned on politics. After the 2016 election, I felt lost. I picked up my phone and I typed 5 words into the search bar: how to run for office.
I'm going to be honest. I would have expected Haley Stevens to be like, Hasan Piker is a terrorist. It did come as a surprise to me when she came out and said that. Like because my frustration with her was that she's like a Connie Chen, right? Like I would be fine, like, or a Daniel Biss. And I think a lot of people were also making that calculation as well. Like I thought, Daniel Biss is a guy that I don't think is going to be bad. He's not the most progressive guy, but he is far from the worst person in the makeup of the Democratic Party's House of Representatives talent field, right? Like Daniel Biss will be a relatively progressive. Daniel Biss is going to be a relatively progressive representative. Okay, he is for sure. He's going to be inoffensive. He's going to be good at times, and sometimes we're going to be annoyed with him, right? I thought Mallory McMorrow was of the same crop. I thought Mallory McMorrow was basically like a J Street liberal style person, right? Someone who will probably, when push comes to shove, still be a Pino, but not this much of a, like, will not engage in certain things. Yeah, Biss is good people. He's running that Warren lane specifically because Evanston is exactly that overrepresented post-grad educated demographic you're talking about. He's more based than he lets on. References 2018 governor campaign. Dog, his 2018 governor campaign was highly critical of Israel at a time when no one was, but also literally dropped his DSA lieutenant governor because Israel got mad at him. So that's what I mean. Biss never attacked you? No, he never did. Like, there's varying degrees of this sort of somewhat progressive, like moderate progressive lane, where you have the Daniel Biss, you have the Connie Chen, and then you have Mallory McMorrow. And Mallory McMorrow, unlike Connie Chen, even though Connie Chen also called me a racist, said I was an anti-Asian racist, whatever, it doesn't really matter. Like, at least Connie Chen wasn't stupid enough to literally turn around and be like, oh, this guy's an anti-Semite. Okay? Because I feel like if she were to do that, then one, it's wrong. Okay? But also, two, it would have made her look like she's pro-Israel. And she was smart enough to not make that mistake. Mallory McMorrow, on the other hand, I think leaned far too much into her consultants instead of just like endorsing her own position, her own moral convictions, her own values, her own worldview, and channeling whatever that might be. She came across as too calculated, too manicured, and too wishy-washy, insincere. That's the problem.
And here's what I learned. When regular people get in the fight, things can change. In my very first election, we flipped a district against the incumbent. 4 years later, with so many of you, we flipped the Michigan Senate for the first time in nearly 40 years. And we didn't stop at winning. We repealed Michigan's abortion ban. We raised wages. We made sure every child gets breakfast and lunch at school. We made it easier to go to college. We expanded civil rights, voting rights, and so much more. These wins took thousands of us, showing up every single day, refusing to give up when there were setbacks. That's why I'm staying in this fight, and why I need you to stay in it with me. Now, I haven't been shy about calling for new leadership and a better Democratic Party.
Look, I just turned on Twitter and immediately, dogs of Israel, bark! Bark for me! Look at these fucking dogs. Okay? Immediately, American Enterprise Institute twink, former American Enterprise Institute twink, Syrian, the one that was like Mr. Regime Change. He's like the #1 defender of like he was one of the primary people that immediately said I was like pro Bashar al-Assad. I never was. Okay. And everyone ate that shit up. They don't even know that this guy's from a right-wing pro-war think tank, American Enterprise Institute. Okay. Within minutes, Hasan fans dunking on McMorrow while Hasan himself simultaneously begs her to endorse Abdul. Great encapsulation of this race. The Michigan primary is about to get even nastier as Abdul al-Sayed fans double down on their misogyny. Nasty little fucking perverts, dude. Nasty motherfuckers. Oh my God. You guys are poisonous. You're poison to the democratic process. You're poison to progress. I am so fucking annoyed with these people. God damn it, dude. And they, win or lose, they still chirp. Okay? Look, another one of these guys. Mason McCann, this sucks because she was easily my favorite candidate this cycle and would have been an S-tier senator. Unfortunately, she got caught between moderate with tens of millions of dollars and a Bernie-backed sloppulist who both squeezed her out. I hope she succeeds elsewhere. I can't begin to explain to you how much I fucking despise these people because these people have electoral autism, right? Like they care about elections more than most other people do. I also have that same style of autism as you guys already know, right? We're here day in, day out, covering elections. Whether people are invested in them or not, it doesn't matter, okay? But they have that electoral autism and they're wrong. And they're just fucking wrong. Like, how do you not realize, like, oh, well, this was a S-tier candidate. Okay, if she was a S-tier candidate, why the fuck's she dropping out right now? If she's a S-tier candidate, why do the voters not see what you saw? Perhaps you don't understand what candidates are good as you previously thought you did. I hate this annoying ass weaponization of hollowed out identity politics that only seems to go in one direction, just the left flank. Republicans will do this to centrist Democrats. Centrist Democrats will do this to their left flank. It's so fucking annoying. Okay? We have to do away with this nonsense. It's the same Bernie bro shit, okay? Remember the Bernie bros? Bernie bros are so toxic. Bernie bros are so toxic. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You do this because you have no fucking policies. I hate it. It's so fucking annoying. And most voters hate it too.
I mean it. The energy is there. People are crying out for change. And we owe it to them to listen. Then we need to build it up together from the ground up. So here's what we do next. Every day through November 3rd, we win this Senate seat. And we send Mike Rogers back to Florida for good. Whoever wins this primary on August 4th will have my full support. Then let's elect Jocelyn Benson as our next governor.
I mean, I think this is somewhat of a fuck you to the Haley Stevens side because like the expectation from the centrists is probably for her to fall on her sword and solidify support behind Haley Stevens, right? Like that's what the establishment Democrats wanted. Centrist Democrats were demanding that she drop out. Anyway.
Let's flip the state house and expand our majority in the state Senate. Let's elect Democrats up and down the ticket and show the rest of the country what it means to fight like Michigan. 10 years ago, I started this work heartbroken, typing 5 words into a search bar. And I learned the only thing that has ever really changed this country. Ordinary people who love something enough to fight for it. I love this country. I love Michigan. And I love the little girl who waves at me from the window every morning, trusting the grown-ups to leave her a state and a country worth inheriting. That's who I'm fighting for. And I'm not going anywhere. I hope that you'll join me. Today,
she has a nice Germanic jaw. Olivia Wilde tier. Olivia Reingold tier too. Will be fascinating to see who she endorses. Elizabeth Warren will be pushing hard for Abdul. The consultant class and Dem establishment in Washington would be pushing hard for Stevens. Would not be surprised to see Warren campaign for Abdul in Michigan this month regardless. Yeah, I hope Elizabeth Warren comes out swinging. You're obsessed with her? Olivia Reingold? Yeah. Here's what Abdul said. I don't think it's going to. Look, you can't be hating on Mallory McMorrow unless she endorses Haley Stevens, at which point then it's like perfectly valid, obviously. But you can't be hating on Mallory McMorrow if I'm not hating on her. And she's the one who literally called me Nick Fuentes equivalent dangerous figure in American politics at a time when the fucking Trump administration is actively coming after me. So, we want her supporters to support Abdul, okay? Have a little bit more tact.
I just learned that Senator McMorrow has decided to suspend her campaign. I just want to say to her, her family, everybody involved in that campaign, her supporters, thank you for the work that you did for democracy. Our democracy runs on people putting in that kind of effort. None of a question, despite our policy differences, whether or not Senator McMorrow would show up to fight for my daughters and hers. But the question to all of us now is this. Are we willing to allow AIPAC, big corporations, Chuck Schumer, to show up and rig our democracy, to choose who our Democratic nominee is going to be? They spent $30 million to drown her out. Now they're spending millions to attack me. This is all in an effort to cherry pick from Washington, D.C. or New York who gets to be the Democratic nominee for Senate from Michigan. I think we get that choice. So I'm asking everybody who supported her to support us now. Our movement is one of joy about the future we can have when we get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. And for all the folks who've been with us all along, thank you for everything. But right now is the time to double down. So if you haven't made that contribution yet, this is the time. If you haven't done that shift that you've been thinking about doing, now is the time. It is us, the UAW, Bernie Sanders, AOC, the nurses, working families, against the oligarchs, big corporations, AIPAC, Chuck Schumer. We know we can win, but we need you.
Yeah. Abdul is classy. Noted. The voters seem split on who to support now, but I see a few more for Abdul so far. Abdul, I'll say a class act. Abdul, I'll say you're such a class act. We're sending you straight to Washington. Abdul, I'll say very classy. You have my vote all along. We need you. Abdul, I'll say it. If you should win the primary, you will earn my vote if Mallory becomes your running mate, if she'd be willing. I guess I'm a Mallory supporter for Abdul. I'll say it. Let's do this. This is a shocker. We've been following the Mallory McMorrow campaign for some time. Like, it's crazy that Mallory McMorrow literally was like, Abdul El-Sayed is a dangerous terrorist, and her fans are just like, yeah, we like him. We like him a lot. This has to be a banned HasanAbi Gray name. Abdul El-Sayed received standing ovation. I'll be voting for Haley Stevens. Okay, dude. I don't know why you found this random fucking comment. I was planning to vote for you, but now I'm going to go with El Sayed. First message in the chat might be off topic, but dog, you made me laugh so much I yell out to myself, Turby Durden, biggest donor. Emma numbers guy randomly throughout the day. Biggest donor. Biggest donor. Yep. Stevens and Abdul have a debate in 2 days. Haley Stevens and Abdul Sayed are set the debate on Wood TV 8 on Tuesday, July 7th at 7 p.m. Eastern. Hashtag Michigan Senate. We'll be looking forward to it, and I will be watching it live. What gives? Anyway, we got a long road ahead of us. What I expect to see at the debate? Biggest donor. What gives? Damn, it's not loading. It's not loading. What the hell? What the hell? Why is it not loading? Maybe it's a sign. Yeah, whatever. Wisconsin poll just dropped. Fragmentum is real. Oh, nice. Nice. Wisconsin governor Democratic primary poll shows Francesca Hong at 30, Mandela Barnes at 28, Sarah Rodriguez at 19%, others at undecided at 23%. Let's keep pushing. Did you see that Bad Empanada is lying about Block the Bombs Act? No, and I don't care. Why would I care about that, chatter? Come on. Come on now. Come on now. New York Times confirms the corruption. News. Trump called Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, on Wednesday and asked him to review the Fuller and Balogun suspension on Sunday. FIFA said Balogun could play. Oh my God. You're accomplishing your political goals? What is this? No, stop sending me. I have purposely avoided the Abdul Al-Sayed video on this fucking broadcast. I don't want to. Please stop. Please stop. Okay? You're cooking my ass. Isn't Balogun a birthright citizen? Yeah, it doesn't matter, big dog. They fuck with the birthright citizens heavy when they're winning, you know? Trump's statement. Donald Trump on Fuller and Balogun red card case. Thank you, FIFA, for doing what was right and reversing a great injustice. Dude, it's incredible that they're just straight up openly admitting it. I don't know what to say. It's just fuck it, I guess. I mean, what did you expect? Yeah. Hold on. I have to order something. Biggest donor. Red card. Yeah, you get a red card now, bitch. Red card drama. All right, let's get into the red card drama. Hold on. So Balogun received a red card. And the New York Times reported on it. President Trump called Gianni Infantino, the president of FIFA, unbelievably corrupt. Okay. And he called him on Wednesday and asked him to review the suspension of the United States top goal scorer, Folarin Balogun, after he was given a red card in the team's match that night against Bosnia and Herzegovina, according to 3 people familiar with the conversation. On Sunday, FIFA announced that Mr. Balogun would be eligible to play Monday against Belgium after his red card ban was suspended. This reversal is highly unusual and the first time since 1962 that FIFA has allowed a player to appear in a game when they would have been suspended. It also comes as Mr. Infantino has spent years trying to curry favor with Mr. Trump. Last year, FIFA created and gave Mr. Trump the FIFA Peace Prize amid the president's public but failed campaign to win the Nobel Peace Prize. FIFA did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Pascal Van Dam, the president of the Belgian Federation, did not reply to a message seeking comment. Proper corruption at play here, finally becoming a real football nation. That's right. America's becoming a real footy nation. Today, I feel corrupt. Today, I feel American. Today, I feel gay. Today, I feel like a migrant worker. And today, I feel like Donald Trump. Astonished, Royal Belgian FA reaction to FIFA's extraordinary decision to lift suspension on Folarin Balogun. Royal Belgian Football Association adds that to safeguard the legitimate rights of teams, it is investigating all potential options. Unbelievable decision. Royal Belgian Football Association is astonished by FIFA's decision to declare suspended United States player Folarin Balogun eligible to play in the USA-Belgium match on Monday, 6th of July at 5 p.m. Seattle time. Today, I feel a migrant worker. Okay, I did say it wrong. The red card was bullshit. This is corruption accidentally landing on the correct position. Okay, dude. FIFA bases its decision on Article 27 of the FIFA Disciplinary Code. This provision states that the FIFA Disciplinary Committee may decide to suspend the enforcement of a previously imposed disciplinary sanction. However, Article 66.4 of the same FIFA Disciplinary Code clearly provides that a red card, sending off, automatically results in a suspension for the team's next match, as has been the case for all previous red cards issued during this FIFA World Cup. Furthermore, and irrespective of the above, the decision is in direct contradiction with the provisions of the FIFA World Cup 2026 competition regulations as set out in Article 10.5. If a player of a team official is sent off as a result of a direct or indirect red card, second caution, they will automatically be suspended from their team's subsequent match. In addition, further sanctions may be imposed. First of all, how do you look at the situation and not assume that the referees are probably also still going to heavily favor the American team and probably try to carry them to a victory in this World Cup? Bruh, HasanAbi loves Europe like Asmongold. Anyone against this is a Euroid. Look, man, I call balls and strikes. I'm sorry. FIFA is an unbelievably corrupt organization. Donald Trump is an unbelievably corrupt petty tyrant. And this is a perfect perfect synchronicity moment for both of these hilariously and laughably corrupt people. If I don't cover this seriously, then I am not a serious person. Okay? Like, are you serious? Balls and strikes is baseball, you Amerifat? Yes, I am. I am an Amerifat. I am an Ameroid. Okay, but as an Ameroid, I still have some principles. The automatic nature of such a suspension was also explicitly reaffirmed in the FIFA World Cup 2026 Circular Number 16, which was distributed to all participating members on the 12th of May 2026. Here, that's the... Oh, the video is not available in my location. Does anyone have the video? I want to watch the video. Sounds like you hate to see a black man have his rights to play footy restored. Yeah, or a naturalized citizen, actually. I must hate immigrants. This is what the Americans sound like in here right now.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
Oh, that's awesome. This is the original reporter that broke it. Exclusive. The White House made a direct call to FIFA to ask Gianni Infantino to review Fuller and Balogun's red card. FIFA approached for comment and refer to the findings of its independent committee. FIFA sources insist White House influence could not affect the decision due to the powers contained in Article 27 and the independent nature of the disciplinary panel. Sure, bud. He's not an immigrant. He's an anchor baby. Mom wasn't allowed to fly because she was too pregnant. How USA will play against Belgium now that they have Donald Trump's presidential red card immunity. I thought it was called football, brother. Fuck you mean? This is how we're playing. This is how we're moving on the field, boys. Not that USA will get there, but a USA v Mexico finals would be insane. It's clearly blatant corruption, but that red card was terrible.
That, okay, it's not on. Let's keep...
All right, where is it?
The ball. Let's keep some of the possession. It's been a little bit of a spell for Bosnia-Herzegovina.
Balogun again and Muharremovic both are down. Muharremovic seems to be in the worst shape, although Balogun is still shaken up. And not for the first time today. Those two...
Did an ex get DMCA for watching a 3-second clip of FIFA? Wait, really? Okay, I won't do it. I won't. Don't watch this shit, bro. Okay, I won't touch it. I thought he was just like straight up watching the full thing. Flopping in FIFA is next level, but be so for real now. Fuck America for this. I can't wait for France to beat your asses, Amerifat bastards. The Balogun decision is one of the biggest own goals by organizers I've seen in the 10 World Cups I've covered. X is doing the same. No ban. He was watching it live. Okay, dude. Watching a fucking game of footy live. Watching a World Cup game live is crazy. Did he think he was on Kick?
Reprieve news and FIFA in a pretty shocked decision, which has shocked a lot of people. And you can understand the Belgian FA's frustration and why they're looking at if there's anything they can do about it, and also how they can actually safeguard the interests of participating nations and protect the sport is effectively what the Belgian...
Dog, look, I'm not going to play the clip. I'm just going to show you, okay? I'm just going to show you second by second. Okay? Ball's coming in. Ball's coming in. My man opens up. Not only kicks, but steps. Oh! 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 I'm sorry. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh! Look at what he did to his ankle. Are you out of your fucking mind? Chatters, please get real. He's just landing on the ground, bro? Really? Are we doing this thing that Trump supporters do when they're like, look at the ground? The ground is actually American flag blue. The ground is American flag blue, which happens to be the same color of this dude's fucking ankle after Balogun landed on it. Holy fuck. Look at this. Oh, oh, oh. I felt like it broke my ankle again. You're clip chimping him? Okay, but imagine his ankle is Israel. How would you feel? I don't watch much soccer and don't really even want to defend this, but Messi did the same shit, bro. Yeah, okay, cook his ass too. Yeah. For the record, that's also fucked up. They should cook his ass as well. The only difference is at least Messi has some semblance of plausible deniability for aggressively pulling back. Okay? Whereas Balogun went all the way in. I'm not saying this is not valid. Okay? I'm not saying this is not valid. I don't like Messi. I don't give a shit about Messi. I don't care about the Argentinian soccer team's chances. But at least Messi pulls back. I can't tell if you're being serious. He did the classic American strat double down. Yeah, that's another one of maybe Trump also saved his ass too, because that's MAGA Messi. You know what I mean? Can you tell chatters that intent is literally not a consideration according to the official rule book when it comes to giving a red card? They don't seem to get this part. Yeah. Bro, it's like a player can receive a red card for a wide range of misconduct or unsportsmanlike behaviors during a match. Violent actions, abusive, offensive, or insulting language, spitting or deliberately denying the opposing term a scoring goal opportunity by committing a handball foul, or offenses that can get a red card. This is why I hate soccer. Why is he MAGA Messi? Please don't rule football for me. What do you mean? He literally came to America and ate Donald Trump's penis. Donald Trump loves Messi and Ronaldo. He loves all of them, so. He don't got internet. Messi don't got internet. Stop. Oh, he definitely got internet. He was invited as a winner of the league is different than Ronaldo. Copium. I don't think it's any different. I think they all just love power. They don't give a shit. People who lean left are more likely to be Messi fans. Reject Messiism, embrace Hollandic thought. Yeah, so I hate to do this to you, but I'm pretty sure Holland also called didn't he do a FaceTime with you might be getting deported for this one, nephew. Don't show Messi fans this soccer powerhouse. FC Barcelona wraps up his 2-day peace tour with a special match in Tel Aviv. Supporting Messi is praxis. No, Holland is pro-Palestine, but I'm pretty sure he called. Didn't he do a FaceTime? Did I get duped? Or did Holland actually do a FaceTime with like some Israeli person or something? Holland it's not shocking that Holland is pro-Palestine. He's Norwegian. Norwegians are very, very pro-Palestine. As far as like white people go, other than Irish people, usually Norwegians are very pro-Palestine. So that's not that shocking. But what was shocking to me, that was PSYOP, so it wasn't Holland never called some Israeli guy. That was bullshit. Messi kissed the wall too. You're taking your example from Fredda? No, Norwegians are pretty chill on... Bro, I'd tongue fuck that wall for a chip, for a World Cup championship. You'd be French kissing it? Is that what you're saying? For a cup? Hell yeah. Lionel Messi. Some of y'all have no principles, man. It's crazy. This photo is AI.
Just saying, the Belgians obviously play the Americans, enhanced by the unbanned Balogun, and the optics of it are obviously terrible for FIFA.
Oh shit, the Holland story was fake?
And incredibly damaging for FIFA and for the sport is that it undermines the referee.
He did call an Israeli soldier. Oh, so it's not fake. Yeah, he did. He did call an Israeli soldier. He didn't call him to fucking thank him for murdering Palestinians, though. So it's not fake. I was right. Multiple pro-Palestinian users on social media have been sharing clips since Monday claiming it showed Norwegian footballer Erling Haaland calling an Israeli soldier to congratulate him on killing Palestinians. However, Haaland's call was to ask about the soldier's well-being after his captivity and had nothing to do with the Palestinians. Omer Shem Tov, a 22-year-old Israeli national, spent 505 days in Hamas captivity. He did. Haaland was born in England. We only think he's pro-Palestine because he bagged a hat trick against Israel. You support Hebron James, clown, fuck you. I'm just saying, man, none of these superstar athletes, with some notable exceptions are real ones. It sucks. Stan Mbappe, I guess. Mbappe, I don't know why they're most of these athletes I'm pointing to are French now, but Wembayama, Yamal is a real one, obviously. Yeah. General Mbappe carrying the torch of Maradona. The real GOAT. The dictator Mbappe. Your goat would suck Yahoo's cock. Dude, there's a lot of Holland fans in here, I think. They're getting so mad. He didn't know it was an Israeli soldier. I mean, I still like Holland. I think he's a very interesting character. You guys don't have to be so ruthless. I know who you're talking about when you said your goat would suck Yahoo's cock, so shut the fuck up. I know. Also, Mbappe is a little bit of a... He was like kind of groomed by Emmanuel Macron when he was like 18. So he's been getting groomed by Macron since he was like 18. So I don't know. I don't know where Mbappe will go politically. It's real. That's a real story. Why are you saying it like that? It's true. Macron himself was groomed. The cycle of abuse continues. It's true. Mbappe is anti-sports betting and pro-trans rights. Who else is doing that? No, I really like him. And he also hates the far right. He hates the national. He hates the nationalists. He has openly stated his political positions. He doesn't shy away from it, which I really like. But also at the same time, I'm a little worried because, once again, he's like super, super tight with Macron. And I fucking hate Macron. So... I know they call him the dictator. I know they call him that. He even gave a nod to the meme after scoring a goal, right? Didn't he go up and hit the dictator salute? I'm so upset that you'll talk about this, but not watch Abdul's video. What? Yeah, I'm not gonna watch Abdul El Sayed doing a Taylor Swift video. Okay, this is real shit. Yeah, journalist, I'm to your left, really on the far left. Good thing you weren't on the other side. I mean, it's a joke, but yeah, he has openly expressed his disdain for the far right on numerous occasions. You're scared of the Swifties? No. To be serious, probably like a left lib, most likely to the left than Macron, but I don't think he would fuck with Mélenchon. No. Wemby and I don't know about Mbappe, but I know Wemby has spoken out against like I think Mélenchon being too far left. A lot of the Frenchies I know are also on that wavelength, unfortunately, where they're like, oh, party socialist is good, but like LFI is too radical and too crazy, and Mélenchon is too angry all the time. And I'm like, man, you guys should be angry too. I don't know why you're so mad at Macron. He's really pro-Palestine. Are you fucking... Oh, my God. Greek chatter. Of course. Of course. Spicy spanakopita. It's really funny. Yeah. Yeah, Macron is super pro-Palestine. True. True.
Bro, how did you miss that chance? You suck. You can't play football.
Kylian Dictador. Kylian Dictador. Kylian Mbappé. Kylian Dictador. El que más...
Anyway. This Paraguay fan was seen wearing the Mbappe dictator shirt. They already made shirts? That's crazy. This is the anthem.
Kylian Dictador. Kylian Dictador. Kylian Dictador. Kylian Dictador. Kylian Mbappé, Kylian Dictador. El que manda en el campo, el hombre de fe. Kylian Mbappé, Kylian Dictador. Si yo pido el trono, yo ya lo tomé. Kylian Mbappé, Kylian Dictador. Florentino me llama, yo ya llegué. Kylian Mbappé, Kylian Dictador. Mi palabra es la ley, ¿qué vas a hacer? Piso el césped blanco, siento el poder. Florentino me da el precio, yo lo voy a hacer. Pero a mi manera, con mi condición. Aquí no se juega sin mi aprobación. Miro al banquillo, veo a Ancelotti. Prepara las maletas que hoy te toca el útil. Falta de respeto es pura jerarquía. Yo traigo la luz, yo traigo el día. Carlos se marcha, su ciclo acabó. Porque ahora el mando lo tengo yo. Kylian Mbappé, Kylian Dictador. El que manda en el campo, el hombre de fe. Kylian Mbappé, Kylian Dictador. Si yo pido el trono, yo ya lo tomé. Kylian Mbappé.
I've seen the TikToks where they talk about those men would have been executed. I've seen the TikToks where they just like they talk about how he's just like stands away from the team. Does anyone have the actual like the OG TikTok that just like summarizes why they call him a dictator? Kylian Mbappe to Paraguay player, your mother's pussy. What Kami says. Yeah, he watches his team train. Kylian Mbappe oversaw French's practice from elevated scaffolding and started training with his team.
Pour mieux voir. De là-bas, tu vois pas bien. T'as pris de la hauteur là, tu vois mieux. Tu vois tout le jeu. Et avec les spécialistes en plus. On peut toujours apprendre comme ça. En jeu. Bah oui.
Did you hear about the Argentinian fans telling Speed to go cry at the zoo? They were basically calling him a monkey numerous times. I mean, that's the least surprising event I've ever heard. That's like wow. Of course. Classic Argentina. It's the least shocking. Yeah, fork found in the kitchen moment. Yeah, those were the most progressive Argentinians out there.
القول قول الصوارم كي تسترد المظالم حتى الأراضي نسام رسول أهل العزائم القول قول الصوارم كي تسترد المظالم حتى الأراضي نسام رسول أهل العزائم القول قول الصوارم كي تسترد المظالم حتى الأراضي نسام رسول أهل العزائم ما دنسوا لي حمانا لو طوقته الضراغم حثالة القول.
Here's the video.
What are you saying?
He said N-word, go home. An Argentinian in America is saying that to an American black man.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Like, what are you even saying, bro? What are you saying? What are you saying?
That's why the HasanAbi broadcast has no official position on the Falkland Wars. Journalists keep rage baiting Ronaldo.
Fez o que fez hoje. O Messi também consegue hat-trick, consegue fazer uma coisa. O que é que isto diz sobre ela?
Cristiano Ronaldo asked again and again about Messi. I couldn't care less about others. Mbappe also scored. Yeah.
Are you excited to be at the draft?
Wow, so excited.
Who's your favorite NBA player?
LeBron James.
LeBron James.
Lakers.
Lakers. I love the Lakers.
Who's going to win the NBA Finals next season?
Of course, I'm going to say the Lakers.
Lakers. Hasan, can you stop capitulating? To what? This is just playing into colonial division, and the security is an American black man. This is just colonial division. Hasan, can you stop capitulating? Wait, what? A dictator liking another dictator. I mean, that also makes sense. Mbappe is unintentionally funny.
When it was getting late, so
he's not unintentionally funny. He's also actually a funny dude.
Referees watched to see when he could go home. The ref wanted to play longer, but Mbappe said it was time to go to bed. Now the pitch was too wet, so the owner of the grass told them to personally mop the water out. So he...
Yeah. Pre-Mexico versus England. Hasan is showing his true Turkish colors. Politically Asian, third worldist. Soccer-wise, European lib. England booked 15 different hotels. Mexico fans still found out where they're staying and blasted noise all night long. Is the Viagra thing real? Because, like, I know a lot of people have been complaining about how the stadium that they're playing at is literally the highest stadium, I think, on the planet. And Mexico's never lost a home game on this. Or are you guys like fucking around about the Viagra thing? I don't know. The support didn't reach me. Thomas Tuchel denies the reports that his England team will be using Viagra to help cope with the altitude in Mexico City. Mexico City's higher than Denver. It's brutal, bro. No, I know. It's not the highest. The highest is in Peru. Oh, okay. I thought it was one of the highest. Yeah, the stadium that they're playing in, is literally unbelievably high in altitude, right? Higher than Denver. And therefore, fans are speculating that this gives an uneven advantage to the Mexico team. And that's people are saying that that's the reason why Mexico's never lost a home game on this in their home turf. Yeah, Mexico's only lost 2 out of 89 matches played at Azteca. 10,000 meters. Mount Everest, 8,848 meters. K2, 8,611 meters. Himalayas. The Azteca Stadium is not 10,000. The image is fake, obviously. But it is higher than Denver, right? The altitude is higher than Denver, isn't it? Denver is 1 kilometer, and Mexico City, I think, is 2 kilometers above elevation, above sea level. Which is doors open. Yeah. And I was getting fucked up. I was getting fucked up in Denver. So I don't know how doubling that is going to feel like. Or not 1 kilometer, sorry, 1 mile. Bro, what is this misinformation? There's a football player in Bolivia who has a higher elevation. Did you take Viagra? No, I took oxygen. Yeah. Denver sits at 5,280 feet, 1 mile above sea level, whereas Estadio Azteca sits at an elevation roughly about 7,200 feet, 2,200 meters.
That is not true. is it true that you guys are considering using Viagra to contrast or mitigate the effects of the altitude?
The information and the support didn't reach me, so that is not true.
Yeah. Real image of the stadium. Yeah, the stadium. Okay, that's so stupid. Good luck to the England and their game at Azteca. No, but the actual stadium images are dope. I've seen it. Hold on, I gotta grab my food. Stop coming. The Belgian coach weighs in. Belgium coach Rudy Garcia. I didn't know that at the World Cup as FIFA, the 5th of July is actually the 1st of April. It's April Fools. We're not defending the national team or federation. We are defending football and integrity. I mean, makes sense why they would be up in their feelings about this, obviously. It's pretty fucking ridiculous that, you know, Donald Trump straight up came in and was like, yep, you're going to fix this for us. I'm sorry, there's no defending that. Like, even if you were contesting whether or not it was an appropriate if it was an appropriate red card or not, that's one thing. But to have Donald Trump directly call in and have Infantino change the decision after the fact, or like or deny the next game suspension after the fact is ridiculous, dude. Anyway. Okay, we did a lot of football, footy memes. We did a lot of footy memes. Yeah, fucking hell. Here, this is the last thing I was going to say.
One of the many problems with the Fowler and Balogun reprieve news and FIFA in a pretty shocked decision, which has shocked a lot of people. And you can understand the Belgian FA's frustration and why they're looking at if there's anything they can do about it, and also how they can actually safeguard the interests of participating nations and protect the sport is effectively what the Belgians are saying. The Belgians obviously play the Americans, enhanced by the unbanned Balogun, and the optics of it are obviously terrible for FIFA. And what is sad and incredibly damaging for FIFA and for the sport is that it undermines the referee, it undermines VAR, it undermines the whole refereeing structure and system, and also, definitely to an extent, the credibility. It undermines the World Cup, which has actually been a celebration of all the good qualities of football, and it obviously undermines FIFA. Now, some might say You know, that's not difficult, but, you know, FIFA are probably having a half-decent tournament because it has been a very good tournament. And so for a decision like this, an own goal like this, is just absolute madness and is very damaging. And the long-term ramifications, as well as the short-term anger, will be intense.
Yeah. Direct call, by the way, is crazy. Like a phone call. He just straight up did that shit. Beast mode. I know a lot of Americans will say, "Oh, this is good. Who cares? Fuck you." But you know, America has a good team this year. Doing really well. I feel like decisions like this hurt their global credibility. Not that it matters, because obviously America doesn't give a shit about that. Well, yeah.
I'm going to take my record. I'm going to keep focusing on what we want to do.
All right.
There were a few.
Let's move on to Trump's rally to celebrate 4th of July, which I watched last night with my family off my phone.
Weather-related delays,
as
but
they
the
were watching the
president ended up
fireworks
marking
because
our
they hate
nation's
America and I love
250th
America.
Last night with a speech on the National Mall. It was part celebration, part partisan messaging, and all of it happening on the hottest July 4th ever recorded here in Washington, D.C.
Overnight, President Trump celebrating America's 250th birthday.
Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776.
But also delivering a politically charged address on the National Mall.
We want to keep America great, and we will do so by approving the Save America Act. You won't have cheating on the election.
This was so funny. This is America's 250th birthday, dude. This is America's 250th birthday. And he spent the presidential address talking about the Save America Act, like the Save Act, talking about mail-in ballots, talking about communism. Ridiculous.
And repeatedly denouncing communism.
We don't want communists in our country.
Capping a day of festivities on the hottest July 4th ever recorded in the nation's capital. The heat index in the D.C. area reaching a high of 112 degrees. And Trump's 16-day Great American State Fair at times struggling to draw a crowd.
The events have been postponed, I'm told by an organizer, it's because of the intense heat.
For your safety, all guests must seek shelter.
On Saturday, crews transporting 12 people to local hospitals for heat-related reasons. The president's remarks coming right before a record-setting show of more than 850,000 fireworks.
And guys, it wasn't just the heat causing problems yesterday. Just hours before Trump's speech, storm threats forced officials to evacuate thousands from the National Mall and seek shelter. Trump ended up taking the stage an hour and a half late, Stephanie.
All right, Selena, thank you. And make sure to tune in to This Week Later. George Stephanopoulos interviews Interior Secretary Doug Burgum about America's 250th anniversary and President Trump's renovations around Washington, D.C.
I'm Jackie Heinrich in Washington. This is the Sunday Briefing. President Trump is wrapping up the holiday weekend at the White House after delivering a late-night address to thousands at the America 250 celebration on the National Mall. In his speech, the president...
He also had to bring up that there were 345,000 people that were there, but then they had to be evacuated, but 180,000 patriots showed up, which I don't even know if those numbers are real or not, but it's very funny.
Celebrated America's history and touted the country's military strength.
Our rise to being the world's strongest and most powerful nation was no accident of history. We use it, and we've had tremendous success. You look at Venezuela, you look at Iran, we wiped out their military.
Coming up, I'll be joined live by Enes Kanter Freedom and Jimmy Fallon on the massive America 250 celebrations around the country. But we begin with a Fox News alert.
Gross.
Iran's top leaders attending a second day of funeral ceremonies in Tehran for the late supreme leader, who was killed 4 months ago at the start of the U.S. and Israeli attacks. Massive crowds calling for revenge against the U.S. and Israel. Negotiations over a permanent end to the conflict remain on hold until the funeral ceremonies conclude later this week. For more on the Iran peace talks and the future of U.S.-Israel relations, also what's next for the region, I'm joined now for an exclusive interview with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin.
Brother, here we go. How much you want to bet they were salivating at the prospect of bombing the fucking funeral proceedings? I mean, Mark Levin was demanding it.
Netanyahu. Prime Minister, thank you so much for joining the Sunday briefing, sir.
Well, good to be with you, Jackie. And again, congratulations on your marriage.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. I want to jump right in. Your relationship with the U.S. president has faced some recent tests over Iran, but you shared a very warm call marking the 250th birthday of this country. You called the U.S. a guarantor of global freedom, and you arranged a meeting here in the U.S. soon. When is that meeting set to happen, and should people take this as some signal that any potential rift has been mended?
I don't think there's a rift. America called us the model ally because we're, unlike many of your so-called allies, we actually fight alongside you. Our brave soldiers and your brave soldiers fight shoulder to shoulder. I think America has no greater.
Really? Really? Where were you guys during Iraq, Afghanistan? Was there any talk about boots on the ground in Iran? Must have missed that. It felt more like a demand that America go and wage Israel's wars in Iran, and how anti-Semitic it is that people don't want to do that. But maybe I'm wrong on it. I don't know.
And Israel has no greater ally than the United States. Now, let me tell you this. President Trump is the leader of the United States. He does what's good for America. I'm the leader of Israel, the one and only Jewish state. I do what's good for Israel. 99% of the time, we see eye to eye. But in any family, in any close friendship, there are sometimes differences of opinion, and we discuss them openly. I can tell you in a free spirit, and usually we resolve them too.
That free-spirited debate has made some headlines recently. Last month, the president made clear that you're going to have to accept whatever deal with Iran that the U.S. reaches. He told the Financial Times he won't have any choice. I call the shots. And then he doubled down on this yesterday, telling Axios Netanyahu knows who the boss is. Do you accept that the U.S. would have final say?
Do you know who the boss is? Please dispel the talking point that Trump was the first president to start a war on the behest of Israel when George W. Bush invaded Iraq for exactly the same. No, that's not true. That's not true. I don't believe that. I think that's wrong. Did Israel play a role, an advisory role, and urge America to definitely go to war with Iraq? Yes, of course they did. Benjamin Netanyahu was there. But to state that this was a divergence, or to state that this was entirely in the hands of Israel, is wrong. It's just not true. Iraq, Iran, Turkey. Okay. No. America had personal ambitions in Iraq. America had personal ambitions in Iraq. They happened to be in line with Israel's agenda of destabilizing the region, with the final prize being Iran. But to say that it was like Israel's, to say that we only fought in Iraq because of Israel is bullshit. You're abdicating too much responsibility away from the hands of the Americans. It's untrue.
When American and Israeli interests diverge?
Well, first of all, let me say that we have an excellent relationship, which is defined, as I said, between allies. He's obviously the leader of the United States, which happily is the leader of the world. And Israel is a very strong, vibrant, democratic state. In fact, the only democratic state in the Middle East in a very large radius, and we're great allies. I think that the real question is, do we have differing goals when it comes to Iran?
It's about to be like, it's the only democratic state in the world, really.
The answer is no. We are set on the same goal. We want to see Iran give up its nuclear weapons program. We want to see the nuclear enriched material removed. We want to see the enrichment sites for nuclear material dismantled. We have other common objectives. And President Trump believes that after the battering that the two of us, Israel and United States and Israel, gave to Iran, he thinks that he can generate enough leeway, enough pressure through the negotiations to get these goals achieved. And we respect that, and I hope he succeeds. But I can tell you this, deal or no deal, as long as I'm Prime Minister, Iran will not have nuclear weapons.
On this memorandum of understanding you're referring to, in the meantime, Iran has been doubling down on its intention to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. They've been cashing in on the...
Isn't that Gottheimer's take? Oh, Gottheimer. You mean Mersheimer, Gottheimer. That Cheney was against it at first and then got convinced by the lobby? I don't agree with that. Dick Cheney has been pushing the Iraq war meta for his own personal ambitions at Halliburton and for the American defense contractors, and more importantly, the American petrocapitalists since, I believe, 1994, even earlier. So the idea that this was, something that he was against is complete bullshit. He was very openly for it.
Day sanctions waiver. And according to the Institute for the Study of War, they've also been fortifying tunnel entrances at some of the nuclear sites and reconstituting their defenses. Many of your supporters have argued that Iran came out ahead in this negotiation. The regime is still in power. There are key elements of the nuclear program that are still intact. And the waiver could reportedly generate billions for the regime over these 60 days. The president reportedly has told aides he is okay if these talks blow past the August 18th deadline for a nuclear agreement. Are you okay with that?
Look, did you ever go to the opera? I mean, I'm not a big opera fan, but when I came to the opera the first time, they gave me the cliche. It's not over until the fat lady sings. And you know what? It was over after she sang in that particular concert. I would say it's not over. I would judge it when it's over. But as I said, I think the most important thing is that we have a common goal. And that means Iran cannot have nuclear weapons or the capacity to make nuclear weapons. There are other goals as well. And I think we've been very lucky that President Trump is leading the United States, leading the free world in this common effort. And believe me, if I have things that I want to point out to him and bring my own opinions, I do so in a free way. And when he has things he wants to tell me, he does that in a free way too. That's what friends and allies do with each other.
Your defense minister indicated that Israel...
Why are they chatting with the Antichrist? Because the Antichrist is the real president. What do you mean? Of course, Fox News is going to talk to the real president. It's an unbelievable big get for Fox News. The opportunity to talk to the actual president of the United States of America.
Israel is prepping a unilateral strike package for Iran. First of all, is that true? But second, would carrying that out be more politically difficult if you chose to go there after the vice president said this? Listen here.
She asked,
Donald
are
J.
you
Trump
okay with Trump's
is
decisions?
the only head of state in the entire world who is sympathetic to the nation of Israel at this moment in time. And he happens to be the head of state of the world superpower. If I was in the cabinet of the Israeli government, I might not be attacking the only powerful ally that I have anywhere left in the entire world.
What was your reaction when you heard that?
First of all, I respect J.D. Vance. We have a very good relationship, but doesn't mean that I agree with everything that he says. And I have to point out this. Donald Trump is the greatest friend we ever had in the White House. And I stand by that completely. Secondly, we have some other friends, like a small country called India. You know, it has 1.4 billion people. And boy.
Ain't no way, dog. Ain't no fucking way. Bro, there's no way he turned around and said, India's got us. Bro. Oh, my God. To the Indian HasanAbi heads, I'm so sorry. Y'all are constantly eating it on both ends. You know what I mean? You have to deal with the fucking weird nationalists, the BJP losers. And then you have to deal with the motherfuckers in the rest of the world that hear shit like this and go, this is going to make me extra racist towards Indians. You know? I feel bad. Devastating. Devastating blow to India's PR, which has taken tremendous hits over the last couple of years.
Do we have
Would you let Indians emigrate to Israel, though? Fuck no, dude. They're racist as hell. Of course not.
tremendous support there?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I have this Facebook thing, and I'm just flooded by the overwhelming support there, and we have many others. Let me tell you where we have support, because it's fashionable now, and you know, in many countries, because their media and their social media are inundated with anti-Israel, anti-Semitic material. Many leaders, you know, call me up and say, "Hey, look, I've got this problem with public opinion, but I want you to know we respect you, and can we make some deals, and can you teach us some of the things that your military does, and can we have some of your AI and cyber expertise? You know, Israel is the #2 country in cyber in the world, and our technology is absurd, and it's so good." The relation.
Zero chill. He went, one, everybody hates us, but that's because they're anti-Semitic. Two, in countries where everybody hates us, the leadership will quietly reach out to us to be like, "Sir, we can't deal with how much everybody hates you, but can you please give us new surveillance technology so we can better, better regulate the way people feel about Israel?" Incredible stuff. He has no understanding of how this looks, I think, or doesn't care because he has awesome power. You know who I know is not pro-Israel, though? Stuck between borders guy. There ain't no way that motherfucker's both Norwegian and Indian. He is not pro-Israel, I bet.
Are not quite as they appear, and we have many, many friends. And I have to tell you, we also take care of our friends, especially the Christians in the Middle East. The Christian villages in Lebanon, some of them have actually asked to be annexed to Israel because we protect them against the
Bro. Oh my God. They're actually begging us to be annexed, dude.
They appear, and we have many, many friends. And I have to tell you, we also take care of our friends, especially the Christians in the Middle East. The Christian villages in Lebanon, some of them have actually asked to be annexed to Israel because we protect them against the Hezbollah fanatics who want to kill them. And we do the same things with Christians everywhere.
Well, you're
protect
leading
the Christians in the Middle East.
You're touching on my next question because a source close to the vice president's team told Politico that statement that he made reflects his view of this new political reality where, quote, the vice president sees that the ground is shifting against Israel among voters, including with younger Republicans. He's responding accordingly with nuance instead of stridency. Do you take that as a warning that if Israel were to act alone, the Trump administration would withhold its backing?
Well, first of all, it concerns me that there's that element of anti-Israel, first of all, in the Democratic Party and in the woke right. I'm concerned with that, and to the extent that we can do something.
The woke right.
To mend it, obviously, I'll do it.
That's not going to work. Little bro. Simply slapping woke in front of the anti-Israel right and the anti-Israel far right is not going to work. They really suck at marketing, man. They have, I mean, straight up, it blows my mind how bad they are at marketing this shit. Yeah, I know that's what Ben Shapiro calls the anti-Israel right. They call them the woke right. It's not going to work. It's like Mark Levin, Ben Shapiro, all these fucking losers. I think it was invented by Conceptual James. If I recall correctly. They are good at propaganda, though. No, I mean, they are elected. Haha, funny how it goes. No, they're not good at propaganda. Brother, if they're actually good at propaganda, they're not good at propaganda. They're good at controlling flows of information. And for the longest time, they were pretty good at deplatforming people. Since that has changed, they have actually sucked at it because they still operate like loyalty, fealty to Israel is unquestioned in both parties. Do you see what I mean? They're still playing the field as though they have the field advantage. They don't. And that's where you realize, like, oh, never mind. Their propaganda wasn't good. They just, like, bought so much influence. That's it. That's all this was.
But I find that there's something unique about these attacks. And that something is that the people who hate Israel end up hating America. And I've seen that, you know, when they do these, you know, these demonstrations, these protests against Israel defending itself, this tiny country defending itself against these
size of New Jersey
murderers who commit to exterminate us. And we do what any self-respecting country would do. We defend ourselves. But when they do the protests, they burn Israeli flags, and very often right next to them, they burn American flags. But when those Americans who support Israel, non-Jews and Jews alike, when they do a demonstration to support Israel, they wave the Israeli flag and they wave the American flag. So I think there's a process taking place inside America, which you probably know better than me, of questioning America's traditional values and going to many places that I think challenge not only our alliance, but they challenge the traditional values that form the basis of each of our countries. And I hope that's not something that is going to proceed. I hope America changes direction. That's really what I hope to see.
And you're touching on this growing trend of anti-Semitism, especially among young people, and I'm going to ask you about that next. But just to put a pin in this piece of the conversation, you know, what do you say to critics who argue that Israel has embraced sort of a permanent state of war and that there's not really an end game here? Because they point to places like Gaza and say that Hamas, you know, is still in power. They haven't laid down their arms. You know, what do you say to those critics who accuse Israel of being in a permanent state of war?
Oh, we're not in a permanent state of war. I myself, with President Trump, we brought forth 4 peace deals. That's what we did. It's the Abraham Accords. And I believe with the weakening of Iran, which has been achieved by our common action, our common military action, I think we're going to get more because countries would like to align with us and to protect their future and also their prosperity. Israel is a powerhouse. I mean, it's
so funny when left to his own devices, he's like, war has to be endless. We have to keep waging war nonstop. War has to be never ending because we're in a bad neighborhood. When he comes to American television, he's like, I love peace. Peace is my favorite thing. I wish we never had to wage war. They just are waging it upon us.
It's an engine of innovation, of AI, of quantum, of just of everything. So I don't see that. But I'll tell you one thing. I think that the Lebanon deal has shown that we have more cards to play. Lebanon would like to free itself of Hezbollah, these Hezbollah terrorists who are, you know, making their life miserable. And it's not only the Christians in Lebanon who ask for our protection. It's the Druze, it's Muslims, the Sunni Muslims, and quite a few of the Shiite Muslims too. So they'd like to free Lebanon. I hope we can get more peace deals. And I can tell you, you know, if you want to have peace, you better be able to protect yourself against those who want to annihilate you. We do that. But in defending ourselves, we're defending our common civilization, the people who chant death to America. Last point, Jackie, the funeral. In the funeral of Khamenei, which was held yesterday, they chanted, the Iranians, including the organizers, they not only chanted death to America, they said, kill Trump. They chanted death to Trump. Well, you're not going to hear that in Israel. Israel is the best ally the United States has anywhere around the world.
Well, that brings me here because I want to make sure that we talk about this sweep of democratic socialists on the left in America.
Uh-oh. It's like, dude, can you imagine? By the way. Why are we asking the leader of a foreign nation this? Like, is this being asked of the Estonian leadership? Is this being asked of the Lithuanian leadership? Are they calling up the fucking the German head of state and being like, hey, what do you think about the New York DSA slate and its sequence of victories? Imagine they're about to show him a clip of you. I hope not. I've heard that Big Yahoo knows who I am and thinks I'm an irrelevant figure. Like not a relevant figure in a force in American politics because I'm like too radical, which is good. I want him to feel that way if that's a real story. This is what I've heard from secondhand accounts.
who have unseated a number of moderate, even some progressive incumbents who are very well funded. Happened in New York, happened in Colorado. And for many of these candidates, Israel's becoming their purity test. Listen to this.
It breaks my heart. Someone who wrote good legislation for queers is so terrible. Gaza.
So that was California State Senator Scott Wiener, Jewish Democrat. He's called the war in Gaza a genocide. He opposes U.S. funding for Israel, and he was driven out of the annual trans rally by activists raging about his Zionist handlers. And then you've got Congressman Dan Goldman, also Jewish. He just lost his primary over his ties to AIPAC.
To another Jewish congressperson. Dude, we have just erased Brad Lander is no longer Jewish. Okay? And this is not just on Fox News. This is literally on CNN too. I cannot believe it. Also, none of those guys are DSA. Brad Lander literally left DSA. You say that as a joke, but they unironically do say that? No, I know. It's fucking nuts.
Despite being one of your most vocal critics. So what do you think is happening here in America?
I think there's obviously a very anti-Israel and an anti-American wave. And I think they're connected because then look at deeper. Look at the values that they have. What do they want to see? Do they want to see a strong America defending America's interests and around the world when it's necessary, or do they want to see a different America? And of course, also on the foundations of free markets, for example, that I believe in very strongly, and that many Americans have believed it, and I think they made America great. No, they challenge that too. So I think there's a correlation between that. And unfortunately, people who know better, I would say who should know better, but I think they all know better. And these people let themselves be swept by these irrational protests and this.
I saw some guy write a letter to Brad Lander in 2028 apologizing for DSA using him as a token Jew and then running an anti-Zionist and rat fucking him. Just pure hallucination. Wait, what? I don't even understand what it is. What that means. Like in the future? Like a guy was writing a letter to future Brad Lander?
These this very toxic ideology. I don't think it lasts because I think America can try it.
Okay.
Just try it. Try socialism.
Final word.
We tried it here. It didn't work that much. So I decided to try free markets. It worked a lot better. And, Americans will eventually get that picture too.
Final word here with about 15 seconds left. Taken together, what the vice president said about younger Republicans and what we're seeing with this growing radicalism on the left. Are you worried about the long-term?
Yes, the future Brad comments were full of people calling Brad a capo, fucking crazy shit. Dude, I think it's because it's a dying movement, honestly. I think Zionism is a dying movement. And I do think that more and more Jews will either shit or get off the pot. Like, it's just not, it's not tenable. You know what I mean? You can't just be like, no, I really fucking care about this country, this foreign nation. If it doesn't exist, the Holocaust will happen. But also, I'll never live there. Like, if you're a Jewish American and you've already seen the generational split, it's over. Those ties have been severed, right? That's never going to be repaired. I think regardless of what happens with anti-Semitism, I don't think the young generation of Jews will ever consider Israel to be anything but a reason for why people became anti-Semitic. They will not look at Israel as their savior, right? For the older Jews who do believe that Israel is like what's holding the world from doing Holocaust all the time, which is a hysterical way to live your life. And it's also one that you don't truly believe, but you've been so conditioned that you think you believe it. But for a lot of those guys, I think they're inevitably going to have to come to the conclusion that either they're all Kahanists, maybe some of them might even move to Israel, as a matter of fact. But it will be a marginal group that still has this like unshakable loyalty to the state of Israel while simultaneously living in America, living in the UK. Like, those days are gone. I don't think they realize it. I don't think these guys realize it, that the ground has shifted from under their feet.
Durability of the U.S.-Israel relationship.
The more reasonable people have already broken off, canvassing. No. You haven't even seen it yet. What I'm talking about is going to happen at the next presidential election. You'll see. Like, because remember, we are at the edge of American politics here. We're following it closely. We're day in, day out. Sometimes we're directly dealing with it. Okay? So our perspective is definitely a little bit further ahead than the average person's perspective. The average person doesn't even know the fucking primaries are taking place, right? When there is a massive seismic shift that everyone is, at least to a certain degree, aware of, like the midterms, but even the midterms are not that big. The general election for the presidential election would be that seismic shift. When you have this issue get talked about at the forefront of the political conversation, that's when that seismic shift is going to happen. The average liberal is going to come to terms with that reality. The average Jewish liberal who is a lifelong Democratic Party voter. It's already a kitchen table talk for a lot of people. Of course it is.
I worry about the trends that I see. I won't tell you that I'm not worried about it, because I think it has something to do with the, frankly, with the social media, with the penetration of social media that has been used and abused by countries, three in particular, and they've had, bot farms that push the stuff against America and against Israel, and
not Big Yahoo. Not Big Yahoo talking about foreign countries manipulating American consciousness. Who is the most visible billionaire who openly bought TikTok, CBS, and CNN, that also happens to be the biggest donor to the Friends of the IDF charity? And that's the stuff that we see. That's the stuff that the average guy hears about, knows about, understands, and doesn't like. When you start getting into the bot stuff, Black Cube or numerous other former Mossad agents that start PSYOP organizations, I mean, yeah, biggest donor, Larry Ellison, is Friends of the IDF's biggest donor. What gives?
focuses on young people and young Americans, and I can't say that I'm not worried about the effect that it has. How do you combat this? It's hard, because democratic countries don't have the ability to fight this, this bot war and with the same means. We are accountable. We're transparent. It's not so simple. But I think you'll see a correlation between the penetration of certain social media and the decline in patriotic American feelings and support for Israel.
Okay.
It's something we have to deal with. But am I worried about it? Look, I think that our alliance is not merely based on common interests. I think it's based on common values. And as long as we stick to those common values, freedom, the right of every individual to live and not be slaughtered by fanatics.
Yeah. Great. talk about how you got to hold people accountable for anti-Israel sentiment more. That seems good. Seems like good policy, good politics, good propaganda.
People should have free choice in their lives.
Okay.
And of course, to have our common heritage, which has brought so much to the world. I think as long as we have that, our alliance will be fine.
We'll have to leave it there.
The most important thing that I can say, Jackie, in closing, is that I want to wish you and the people of America a happy 4th of July. 250 years of freedom, and frankly, 250 years of defending freedom. America has been the stellar force in this century and in the past one, in modern times. If you hadn't had America, you'd have Nazi totalitarianism, Stalin totalitarianism, and others. And I think...
What do you mean Stalin totalitarianism? Big dog. Stalin died decades prior to the dissolution of the USSR. This you dog? What is this? Every Mexican household has at least one person showing up dressed like this today? Yeah, that is me.
America has been a great force for good. That doesn't mean that it's perfect. Israel is not perfect either.
Okay.
But it has been a force for immense good. And our alliance has been a terrific one.
Yeah. Israel is the most fake friend country of all time, by the way, because for two reasons. One, Stalin, more impactful in liberating the camps than the Western flank was. Okay, that's number one. Number two, Stalin, more impactful in the development of the Israeli nation state by way of arms trafficking, sending arms to the Czech Republic, only to get sent to Israel. Now, of course, they changed their mentality fairly quickly, but kind of crazy that he forgot about Big S. He put Big S up there like Joe Brandon. Norway goal. Yeah, I am noticing that this was not a very friendly interview. Interesting.
And it'll continue to the extent that I have anything to do with it, and the people of Israel, who are unabashedly...
If this is the Abdul El-Sayed thing,
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, we'll have to leave it there. We are out of time. Always appreciate talking to you, sir. Thank you for joining us once
again. Telling Benjamin Netanyahu that you're out of time is crazy.
So, I'm a communist because of Kwame Ture. I'm a communist because of Audre Lorde. I'm a communist because of W.E.B. Du Bois. I'm a communist because of Queen Annie and the Maroons. Okay? I'm a communist because of Nat Turner. So y'all sit up here pretending like there isn't a whole tradition, a whole lineage of black socialists, black communists, black radicalists, black anarchists is ahistorical, and it's a slap in the face to our ancestors.
True.
Some of y'all are Booker T. Washingtons. You want to play within the system, the confines. You want to make the money. You want to do the capitalism. You want to get the degrees. Some of us want to tear the system down. And that is not white shit. That is something that has always been within our DNA as oppressed people who knew what liberation felt like, because we're the ones that created civilization in the first place. And I would say I don't know where y'all got that from, but as a matter of damn fact, I do know where y'all get that from. The CIA. The CIA has convinced you that fighting for your own progress and for the rights of yourself and other people is white people shit. And at the end of the day, if there's anybody in this world, in this country, that needs a radical politic, it is us, the blacks. So I really need y'all to stop hiding your lack of courage and your fear of massa whipping your ass back into fucking submission. Stop hiding that under your anti-left politic. Because actually, y'all are just scared. Y'all just don't have the cojones that it takes to actually push against the system for real. I said all that to say, if you scared, just say that. If you scared, just say that, baby. If you don't blame me. If you scared, just say that. I am not a communist because Hasan Piker told me.
It's a great take. 100%. Definitely need more of this. What is this? It's funny how Israel somehow recapitulated classic anti-Semitism down to the last detail. Just with Palestinians now instead of Jews. Hitler used to rant like this, demanding to know why all the places criticizing him weren't taking in Jewish refugees. Yeah. I mean, Yosef Haddad, of course. All right, I'm not going to read the Brad Lander letter. All right, let's see. Let's talk about the Denims W. Denims got a W in court. And I'll say the truth that no one else will say. I'll say the truth that no one else will say. The judge was a snarker. The judge was anti-Semitic. The judge was in Discord chats clearly. The judge was a denim simp. The judge didn't know the law. The judge loves violating copyright himself. And perhaps, most importantly, I paid the judge. Bruh. And the judge did CPS. Or, worst of all, the judge was Hamas.
Oh, hey there. It's your old friend, Denims. I have a lot to catch you up on, but before that, a quick message for Ethan.
Look at me. This is me. I win, you lose. And you will continue to lose, and I'll tell you why. Because I'm not done. I'll never be done. Fat L's, cringe, you lose, I win.
Before we start, let me bring in our honored guest. You might have previously known him as the Fair Use King. And let me just... There we go, much better. At least he's still the king.
dude. That's amazing. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Who is this guy? What's going on? Every single one of these people just got handed a spectacular W while they were demanding an L for themselves. Okay? Every single one of these streamers does reaction videos. Okay? This would have opened up the floodgates. Every single one of these streamers have done reaction videos to shit that I've put out, ironically enough. Imagine if I, who, you know, has a decent amount of money, imagine if I did a fraction of the frivolous lawsuit pursuit that Ethan Klein engaged in against some of the worst demonic entities on the internet. Okay, 2-0 Norway, by the way. Holland scored again for Norway. Anyway.
Desperation, like all those videos of like small animals getting eaten by snakes and shit, sort of primal shit of like a human being in that scenario. Denims does deserve it, so maybe it is worth watching.
About that lawsuit, honestly, I feel like they're already fucked, right? And I feel like they're basically cooked no matter what. Denims raised $15K for Ethan. That's nice of her to do that.
The lawsuit asserts that there has to be some kind of like conspiracy with the H3 snark mods, but I've never communicated with any of them in any way. So what exactly did I say that?
Yeah, that's the most schizo part of this. It's there's so much schizo shit going on here. Like Ethan Klein has genuinely lost his fucking mind. But I think he legitimately thinks that there is like a coordinated effort that he is, I guess, decided to call snark. Which snark exists, right? Like for celebrities, obviously, Ethan Klein happens to run one of the most robust snark subreddits for me, and Denims, and Casey Tron, and Frogan, and whoever Ethan fucking has decided is not sufficiently pro-Israel. But the funniest part about all of this is that Ethan Klein thinks that there is like a coordinated effort to besmirch his reputation. And that's because he's a fucking narcissist. Okay? He does not understand that his own fan base turned on him because of his own output. This was something that I tried to gently communicate to him back when we had a podcast together. And instead of listening to what I had to say to him as a friend and a co-host at the time, he chose to unleash war upon me and virtually anyone else that had ever appeared on my stream or had shown support to my worldview. It was mind-boggling. Because like with Denims, I've had such little contact with Denims. Like, I've seen her at TwitchCon. You know what I mean? I have no, like, we're not coordinating with one another. Okay? Since that fallout, by the way, Ethan Klein has burned so much goodwill. He has lost 500,000 subs. Like, he is burning his channel. He's burning his reputation. And he's burning a good deal of money. H3 and Diddy G were in full QAnon mode when you reacted to the content nuke because you were wearing the Ron Burgundy coat and the leftover subreddit's avatar was you in that coat. Like you were signaling Lemao, bro. Wait, what? Amazing. The only thing that connects myself, Denims, Frogan, Casey Tron, and numerous other people like Noah Samson that Ethan is still also, I think, trying to sue, and iDubbbz, is that we have a shared perspective on Israel's genocide of the Palestinians. Okay? We know one another. We're friendly with one another. I appreciate their voice in this space. But that's it. Okay? That's it. Ethan thought that was enough to create a bizarre grand conspiracy where we're all coordinating with one another and coordinating with a bunch of fans in Discord circles and subreddits to besmirch his good reputation, which is ironic because I mean, I'm friends with these people too, for the record. I'm not doing the Ludwig coworker shit, okay? I like these people, okay? I'm friends. But we're not like talking to one another all the fucking time. Do you see what I mean? I'm not doing the coworker wig shit. I'm just saying that we're not in constant fucking contact with one another to like ruin Ethan Klein's life, and we're getting together and talking to fans and doing all this stuff. We're not like, we're not devising devilish plots against Ethan Klein in the way that he thinks is happening, okay? I would go to their funerals. I hope that, I die before them, but, like, we all have our own goals. We all have our own thing. We align on a lot of issues politically, okay? And I've, of course, defended them as well because they've done things worthy of defense. They were unjustly maligned, attacked endlessly, ruthlessly. And the irony is there was a coordinated effort. It just wasn't happening on our side. It was happening to us, okay? The coordinated effort was pure projection from Ethan Klein because that's what he was doing. He was doing this with the internet's most ruthless sex pest doxer, cult leader, Sex Pestiny, whose podcast co-host is a sponsor of H3H3 podcasts, redact.dev, right? They were the ones who were actually trying to get institutions involved, organizations like the ADL involved deliberately in this conversation. That's what happened. It was always pure projection. His accusations were confessions, okay?
That proves this malicious intent and involvement in this conspiracy. Well, here are the clips from his video. We're relying on you to stay live so we don't give more views on the nuke. Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Since he confirmed it's coming out today, we're gonna stream it. If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else. If you enjoyed not giving any views to that terrible video, follow, subscribe, throw a prime if you like the content, if you enjoyed your time here. Compelling, right? Here's the thing. I don't care how many views Ethan's video gets.
Yeah, Sex Pestiny literally the other day said he was going to launch a massive harassment campaign against me and other like-minded people to get me off the internet. Every accusation from them is a projection. But what's also really funny about that is he's been doing that for the past 7 years and it's fucking failed. So I don't know what he's going to do further. You know what I mean? He's already been doing that. He's been doing that nonstop. Ethan Klein was just another victim, kind of, in this grand battle.
It's just not something that's ever crossed my mind. So in that first clip, when I read that chat message, I answer their question and move on. I hope you guys don't mind me not lambasting that chatter. The second clip is so plainly out of context that I don't really know what to think of it, especially considering that they also tried to use it in the filing. Let me play the full thing for you. Yeah, this is another thing. Don't go bother Hasan while he's in fucking Japan having a good time. Don't bother him about this stupid garbage. Like, I think it's bad enough to like lose a friend, especially someone where someone you really try to like make a better person. The last thing I would want while I'm vacationing in Japan is to be fucking linked 100 times some video from a deranged ex of mine, right? If you want to watch it with someone else who's already watching it, come enjoy the watch party somewhere else.
So she wasn't even saying, don't watch Ethan Klein's video, watch me instead. She was saying, don't bother Hasan with this nonsensical bullshit. He's in Japan, which, by the way, ironically enough, part of the reason why I didn't cover it in Japan was because Donald Trump had just gotten elected and I'm a fucking 34-year-old adult who happens to be a political commentator. Oh my God. Not only that, but Israel's genocide was obviously continuing. And I brought both of those things up all the time whenever people were like, what are you, scared? You scared that Ethan is destroying your soul, destroying your career? Are you fucking scared? And I'd be like, no, I have real news to cover. And they would be like, oh my God, he is so terrified. Lo and behold, it turns out, Ethan already was scheming, apparently, by his own admission. He was scheming to try to trap people into legal battles, myself included. It obviously didn't work. He fucking cried on camera, being like, why won't he watch my fucking context nuke? You were clearly dodging the content nuke according to 3 mental illness subreddits. It's one of the funniest things that I've ever encountered in my professional career for the last 13 years. The idea that this like low IQ demon who has no fucking concept, who has no conceptualization, no understanding, no historical context whatsoever of like the Israel-Palestinian conflict that has spanned far beyond October 7, of course, that I was worried about his mental prowess, his compilation of YouTube videos, his compilation of clips, all nefariously clipped over the course of the last 2 years at that point by my cyber stalkers. And I kept telling everybody, look, if you want to hear my response to the context nuke, I already delivered it to you a month ago before the context nuke came out. Why do I have a video out there that was already responding to all of these claims? Well, perhaps it's because I know exactly where these claims were coming from. It was coming from Epstein's community of serial doxers and cyber stalkers and mass harassers. But no one wanted to go and do the work. No one wanted to go and do the work, and they just decided to live in their weird, hallucinating, alternative reality where they thought Ethan Klein had bested me intellectually. An intellectual giant had destroyed me. Ironic because, like, looking back at the context nuke now, especially as the public approval on Israel has obviously fallen into the gutter. Go give it a rewatch. Not all of you, but what I would wish for all of the initial, you should watch the context nuke. Why won't you react to the context nuke? I wish they could hear me now. I wish that they could potentially turn back and rewatch it to see what they saw back then versus how they feel now. How dare you not address the personalized equivalent to this while you were in another continent? Yeah. There were a million reasons as to why I didn't watch it, and it was literally the right move not to watch it. One, because it pissed off Ethan further. He literally cried on camera demanding that I watch it. That was good enough. Two, it was because I had already responded to all of the accusations and will continue to respond to all of those accusations for the rest of my career, most likely. Not because Ethan is some brilliant guy who brought up fantastic points, but because the community that actually compiled those clips took those clips to the ADL, Richie Torres. Those clips have now made their way into the congressional record. Not that it matters. It didn't matter. It didn't matter for Mallory McMorrow when she tried to use some of those clips against both me and Abdul Al-Sayed. Today's the day where Mallory McMorrow has officially dropped out of the Senate run in Michigan. Think about that. Think about that while you think of Norway. We are all Norwegian on this day. Very good. Brazil still has Hatsune Miku. Make it like a decade following Little Otto documentary as a content nuke.
I don't think that needs any further explanation. The last clip is me shilling at the end of my stream. So, you know, after I had just spent the past 4 hours tearing this video apart, what can I say? I thought the video was bad. Whether or not people watch his video is just not something I had thought about at all. If you want to argue about it, the viewership of my stream is totally insignificant compared to his. And nobody that listened to me criticize him for 4 hours was going to watch his video anyways, because it's a completely different experience. And I mean, that is literally what the court found. So all of that to say, there isn't anything uniquely special about this case. Technically, between you and me, even if there was, intent doesn't actually matter when it comes to analyzing whether or not something is fair use. So yeah, Ethan.
What is this? Genuine documentary level coverage by Kaya's Corner? The true legacy of Ethan Klein, the Kaya Chronicles? The Fallout, The Creep, The Descent, The Plan, The Legacy.
Posted this IG story saying that he would be proceeding with an appeal. And as I've stated from the very beginning, I will be fighting this lawsuit
Why?
to the end. I could not have gotten this far without all of your support. And to be honest with you guys, it has been kind of expensive.
Kaya, what did you do? Did you do that? She's tired. It's been a hot day.
So from the bottom of my heart, if you would like to help me fight this appeal to defend React content on the internet, please go to ethankleinlive.com and donate $5, $10, $20, really any amount that you're able to. Thank you again to everyone who has supported me and believed in me. And as I said before, I look forward to beating Ethan Klein in court. Besides that, I stream on Twitch Thursday through Sunday.
Great video. She knows not to talk without her lawyer present. Oh, Kaya, yes. Now, I wonder now that this now that this chapter has come to a close, even though Ethan says he's going to still appeal, we'll be super sick when Ethan inevitably loses at the appeals court and then appeals to SCOTUS. All of a sudden, Clarence Thomas becomes aware of who the fuck Hasan Piker is. I don't even want to know what the fuck that... there's no shot, right? Like, he's going to give up at some point. I think, I'll be honest. I think the commentary sphere, who has dogged Denims, Casey Tron, Frogan, all these people. Ethan reposted Legal Mindset about Denims' lawsuit saying she shouldn't listen to you about it being frivolous. Yeah, I remember. This was Legal Mindset, right-wing legal streamer who rode the Amber Heard hate train to a brief moment of prominence is now looking to grift off the slop tube sexual assault nepotist crown by helping Tectone sue Denims. He also said this when I said this was a frivolous lawsuit.
And you are going to get smoked. It's not going to look good. Your underwear, and I mean that legally, is going to be dragged through the streets. This is going to be like that episode of Game of Thrones with the shame episode with Cersei. That's going to be what's going to happen legally. You don't want that. You don't want the dirty laundry out there. Settle. That's the real advice.
Are you sure they shouldn't listen to Hasan? He says it's frivolous. Well, it turns out it was. I'm not a fucking lawyer. I'm no big city lawyer. Okay? I'm not. I'm not a little city lawyer either. But it turns out I was at least a little bit more fucking competent than this goddamn loser. All of those legal, all of those YouTube lawyers. Oh my fucking Lord. Oh my fucking Lord. They all showed their asses. And you know what's crazy about this? I don't think their fan base cares. I don't think their fan base ever cared about the truth. I don't think there were, I mean, I'm sure there were some people who went to watch these guys. They were like, well, this guy's wearing a suit. He says he's a lawyer. I'm inclined to believe him. But there is a good deal of people who just thought that Ethan Klein would be a good vessel to deliver punishments and vengeance towards women that they don't fuck with online, you know? That's it. And they don't give a shit. They'll move on to the next thing. They'll be like, oh, the judge was woke. The judge was a woke libtard judge. I'm sure that was an Obama judge, you know, whatever. Right? Because for them, the goal was never about like a sincere demand to a sincere need to punish people who are doing malicious reacts or whatever. Right? Yeah, the judge is a Hasan orbiter. I don't fucking know. Denims got to the judge, whatever the fuck that means. Yeah. They're saying the judge was a woman and why she won. Nice. It's just so strange to be like this. It's so strange to always be wrong and never really reconsider the places that you get your information from, right? H3 fans unironically calling the judge a Jew hater. I have a feeling there's some sort of implicit bias from the judge, whether it's him not seeking YouTube as a legitimate form of media or thinking it's a pretty girl versus greedy Jew type situation. To clarify, I don't think this in the slightest. Ethan is the one of the most generous people I've seen. Yeah, generous to his fucking West Bank lawyer, who's literally fucking shellacking him, okay? His lawyer from the West Bank, by the way, has landed on a gold mine, okay? This man will sue anybody and everybody. Frivolous lawsuits galore. Holy shit. DG's new argument is the judge said he watches Disney movies on Twitch with his granddaughters. He is violating copyright law and the case will be thrown out. Brother, this is a group of people who used to shit on QAnon. They have become QAnon, but for the lowest level internet beef you can imagine. How is this possible? It's all these liberals who are like, I am a high-minded liberal. I'm so much smarter than these fucking dumb MAGA hogs. I would never believe in conspiracy theories, only to turn around and unironically concoct idiotic conspiracy theories like this. Holy shit. I mean, even the CPS stuff, Child Protective Services was called on Ethan Klein's family. This is completely fucked up. It's completely unacceptable. I stand by that. I said that at the time. Of course, I find it to be completely ridiculous, a ridiculous thing to do. Ethan Klein is a multi-millionaire, okay? Like, you think his children are going to be better off in the system? Fuck no, of course not. Even if he was a bad parent, he would still be a far better parent than the foster care system, okay? And I'm not even saying he's a bad parent. I'm just literally telling you it's an insane concept. And there was never a moment, for example, that I was in support of it. There was never a moment where I said that it was good. I didn't even know about it while it happened, right? And then I was made aware of this situation because Ethan and all these other fucking morons on the internet were claiming that myself and Denims and all these other people had conspired against Ethan and we had called CPS. Yeah. Sex pest in his community is completely out of control. They don't realize that they have been duped, that they're a part of a cult. It's mind-boggling. Everything that this man does, every piece of output he does is for self-interest. He has no real political goals. He is duping you into believing that he has like a broader political agenda that he's serving. It's a lie. He's only serving himself and his own base needs and desires. Half the time it's literally sticking his dick into anything and everything he can, okay, with questionable morals. And then the other half is just advancing a barrage of hatred, just gamergating his own personal enemies. Enemies that he has designed in his mind, by the way. Okay? Enemies that he thinks need to be put down. Myself, Ludwig, Cutie Cinderella, all these other content creators on the internet that he claims have actually reduced his position that he deserves. Never taking credit, never taking any any kind of accountability, never taking accountability whatsoever for his own actions, constantly redirecting the attention at a moment's notice back to others that have unjustly maligned him, right? Perhaps for that reason, Ethan Klein and Destiny are two peas in a pod, perfect together. Not only because of their very unhealthy fascination, dare I say, sexual obsession with the likes of myself, the likes of Denims, Casey Tron, Frogan, numerous others, but also because they're both narcissistic weirdos who literally will never take accountability and self-reflect. It's always someone else to blame. It's always someone else that's fucking them over. It's never their own fault. Yeah. Ethan thinks the Hasan mod Chris CPS is mocking him in his child protective service visit. In reality, Chris CPS has had that username since at least 2021. Chris has also said the CPS stands for Club de Portugal Sporting. Ethan's crashing out over something he made up. Why is Hasan getting notes during our debate from someone named Chris CPS? I will subpoena Hasan if I have to. Hasan, do not erase evidence. Does this strike you as the mindset of a normal person? Like, does this strike you as a normal guy? Yeah, look, at Chris CPS from 2021, from 2022, at Chris CPS. Chris CPS, wake up. Nerd Club is talking about Schneider in 2022. This is, what's the acronym stand for again? Club de Portugal Sporting. This is the paranoid hallucinations of a madman. But as we have found out, it doesn't matter if someone is absolutely insane. Because if they have a fan base of parasocial weirdos, they can advance whatever cause, no matter how mentally unwell that cause may be. Because people fucking believe this shit. People still to this day believe this shit. And a million other things that Ethan has claimed about others. Yeah, meanwhile, there's a compilation of me out there telling my audience to leave Ethan alone for more than a year. And he still had the audacity to blame me for people not liking him. Take accountability. Take accountability. Stop these fucking frivolous lawsuits. Just eat the L. Maybe go on a long retreat. Get some fucking therapy. You have enough money. It'll be good for you. And then you can come back. Revamp everything. What? Why am I being mentioned? What's going on? It's because we're revisiting some of the madness here. It's a big thing that there's someone who tells you the vids to watch and talking points, some secret mastermind. He claims to be the legend for watching iDubbbz Content Cop and for reacting, but he has never reacted or even addressed the amazing Amon video on him because that shit was too real and too raw. Yeah, it's crazy. I have combated right-wing misinformation my entire life, okay? My entire career has been dedicated to fighting the forces of the far right, fighting the forces of right-wing, and even sometimes trying to get liberals to be on board with a much better politics, right? I did not think that there would be an entire sphere of influence on the internet exclusively dedicated to A-logging me in the most ferocious manner possible, and then basically designing their entire worldview off of whatever the fuck I'm supporting to be against whatever the fuck I'm supporting. It's insane. I always tell people you're a career man, but they don't believe me. What does that mean? I'm a numbers guy. I'm not a career guy. I'm a numbers guy. Think of how much insanity you're taking for other people, though. You're a great tank. Sure, I'm a tank. I can handle it. But also, there's the other side of the story. Because for every community that exists out there that gains a new member that is aggressively pursuing these causes for unbelievably narcissistic cult leaders out there, that's a person who's lost in the sauce. That's a guy who could have had a healthy life. A girlfriend or a boyfriend, a themper, you know? That's a person who is going down the right-wing rabbit hole. It's sad. I feel bad for these people. My whole life, I've tried to pull them out of this and have successfully done so, right? You're being a little hard on Ethan. We all know he's secretly a huge fan of you. You're the only Twitch channel that he follows. Yeah. It's just crazy. This is what used to be relegated the crazy guy on the sidewalk, but now they have millions of YouTube subscribers. I know. And also tens of millions of dollars. So they have unlimited bandwidth to go and pursue these frivolous lawsuits to bury others who have far less money than they do under costly litigation, under paperwork. Frogan is a great example of this. Casey Tron is another great example of this. I mean, this motherfucker made Casey Tron do a ISIS hostage style video, made her apologize to Asmongold. Asmongold. Ethan Klein, the great combatter of anti-Semitism, has been aligned with Asmongold for the last 3 years. Kayagate literally pulled me out of a spiral. I was drifting towards some bad shit before some of my friends started yelling about you being an anti-Semite and shocking your dog. All of them call for your ban together and then stopped out of nowhere? I mean, some of them still call for my ban. They do every now and then. The craziest part about it is Casey Tron literally only got added onto the lawsuit pile because of Destiny. Like, why the fuck? Why was Casey Tron even brought up in the lawsuit? At least with Morgan, you can say, like, you know, she's my mod. She's been a target of anger and animosity by incels all over the internet. And I guess Casey Tron has always been a priority target for a lot of incels, but it blows my mind that she just straight up got caught up in this sphere of enmity because Destiny hates her. It's just ridiculous, man. It's fucking ridiculous. So yeah, I'm glad that Denims won her lawsuit. I'm glad that copyright is protected on the internet, that Ethan wasn't able to go back and destroy his own precedent from his previous lawsuit. But it's been an insane year, I won't lie. Or insane couple of years, as a matter of fact. This issue makes people go crazy. I mean, look, Shannon Watts, New York Times best-selling author of Fired Up, one of the founders of Moms Demand Action. I will never support any candidate who proudly campaigns with Hasan Piker ever. Like, that's an adult. So Hasan derangement syndrome has moved beyond the sphere of online commentariat and has actually moved into, you know, best-selling authors. Ride or die, Democratic Party loyalists, consultants. I don't know, man. It's fucking insane. Matt Bennett also talked about this. Mallory has a very bright future. This is the right decision, but she will hold statewide office someday. You did that, Matt Bennett. You fucked her campaign up. I don't know why these guys operate like this. Okay? I don't understand it. Whenever more people get HDS, it means way more normies approve of you. Yeah. I just don't want people to be led astray. I don't want people to fucking literally develop resentment towards policies that genuinely would help their lives. Okay? Sex Pestiny has been nonstop tweeting about you today and this week in general. His court case must be going poorly. Yeah. I just wish you would, like, my ultimate my ultimate demand, my ultimate ask is for these guys to just leave myself and all these other people alone, you know? Yeah. Are we not acknowledging that AOC refused to endorse unhinged DSA candidates, started dissociating herself from Hamas Piker's unhinged comment and behavior, and expressed how frustrating it is to work as a politician when leftists never show up to support good policies? Yes, buddy, you're right. AOC fucking hates me. Yeah, so does Zoran. AOC hates me. Zoran hates me. Bernie hates me. These guys literally live in an alternative reality. Okay? Yeah, AOC refused to endorse those unhinged DSA candidates, except she just took a photo with them yesterday. That's why she did that. There was no coordination between Zoran and AOC, as I told you there was, in terms of cross endorsements. Like, this is what I'm talking about. Your own personal hatred, born out of the communities that you're a part of, has caused you to literally live in upside down world where you just don't know things, right? You don't know what's going on. And because reality keeps showing you that you might actually be wrong, you spiral endlessly. I'm confused. They hate you but love Zoran. They really love him. That's because Zoran is a great politician and a very popular figure. So they can't actively talk about how much they hate Zoran because they understand that that would look unhinged for them. A lot of these guys do love Zoran and they do love AOC, but they fucking despise me. You're joking, but Bernie probably does resent you and your toy train. Yeah, totally. Every person he's gone after has been because his ego got hurt, not even because of Israel. He just uses Israel, even when he started with you. That's why it's so bizarre at first when he felt personally affronted from you not kissing his ass and telling him he was right. That's when he came from you, not when he knew you supported Palestine after. I worry about Abdullah Syed, but I do think all his problems are easily fixable in a way that's not true about Plattner. Let it be known that every liberal campaign pundit that didn't want them, that the West Wing LARP is dead. Democratic voters are craving partisanship that is divorced from Crockett-type grievance. If McMorrow and Mills wanted to win, they should have been on the stump instead of bitching about Hasan Piker and tattoos. Okay, Mills never did that. Mills did bitch about tattoos. We were Janet Series, ride or die. Till the bitter end. Janet Mills would never disavow me. She knows I'm her strongest soldier. We learn in addiction recovery that not everyone can be saved, especially by another person. People have to seek the prosperity and good health themselves. Some people literally get addicted to the dopamine rush that comes from love and or hate. Is this one of yours? What is this?
Caucasity leads to cracktivity, leads to crackganda, leads to caucasity. As you can see, it's a vicious cycle. Let me give you guys some examples so I can...
No, this is not one of mine. All right. I kind of want to watch this and then move on to Fun Reacts. Candace Owens was on Sean Ryan. These are your ops. What is this?
Adopting is to make sure that we're going in spaces where people are already gathering, having fun, being in community, and how can we make sure that we're showing ways that we want to build trust and relationships.
Okay. This is what Claude's most advanced model on the max thinking setting on whether or not Francesca...
I met a few deorbiters in person. Well, this is another one. They always derail anything policy talk into weird hatred of you. It's always been a bad look because people have no idea how these are good policies workers' needs. Leads to I hate this guy and his stance on XYZ. Yeah. Even Reddit atheists are supporting you. What is this? Mallory McMorrow to end her U.S. Senate campaign. Feels like someone who may have had a future, but then she got captured by some of the worst consultants out there and womp womp. I think she started off strong with the polling, but the combination of her weak policies and more exposure to general public did damage her over time. R/politics. Mallory McMorrow is a politician designed for r/politics. So if they're actually defending me and attacking her, things have changed dramatically, even in the Reddit sphere. You know? Well, that explains the lack of awareness when she attacked Hasan Piker and compared him to Nick Fuentes and called him a racist terrorist. She really did not read the room there. They did the same with Maylot Kuros and Zoran Mamdani. Shockingly, people don't seem to care about a leftist influencer they probably haven't heard before, and they can't afford food and rent. Who could have guessed? Apparently not neoliberal consultants. The thing is, people like James Carville and other neoliberal advisors is that they feel threatened by leftist ideology. They're firmly center to center-right politicians in the end, and they don't want to admit that. When faced with the fact that leftist politicians like Zoran, Maylot Kuros, Daria Elisa, Claire Valdez, Chris Rabb, etc. all are saying the same thing, we need to focus on the working class, on affordability, and winning elections left and right. They begin to feel threatened. Hasan is one of, if not the loudest and most aggressive voices in that space, so it's not surprising that he becomes a target of their ire. Yeah, James Carville. Goes read up on James Carville. He's married to his direct opposition? Yes. These are some of the bounties, I think. These are some of the bounties that come from winning. Because at the end of the day, that is the greatest proof of concept. Okay? We can talk about our theories till the fucking cows come home. But when we put our theories to test, okay, in a popularity contest where those ideals are matched with the ideals of centrist, neoliberal, corporate Democrats, and our ideals win because people understand that there is an alternative way to see politics. There is a way to win support. There's a vision that centers their interests, everyone's interest, the working class interest. People become emboldened. Okay? And that's what happened. That's what's going on. That's why you'll see more and more people inevitably come to terms with this reality. People who are invested in politics that may have thought Mallory McMorrow was genuinely a good candidate will inevitably say, you know what, Abdul was a great candidate, actually. I can't wait to support him. Now she can get back to her day job complaining about Hasan Piker Lamau, most serious U.S. candidate ever. Her marching band interest will never be forgotten, though. It's weird that they've all lashed on this constant Hasan Piker shit when most voters, one, don't know who he is, and two, don't give a shit. Run for something, not against some boogeyman. Andrew Cuomo did the exact same thing. He was talking about that guy almost daily when most people have no idea who he is or simply don't care. We cared about what was happening in New York City, it turns out. Cuomo was walking around with a poster of Hasan Piker the day before the general election. It was awesome. Dude thought some random 50-year-old bodega owner would be a single-issue voter and that issue would be Hasan Piker. To be perfectly honest, I'd never heard of him until Cuomo decided to make a central villain of the mayoral campaign. It's almost unbelievable that he thought this guy would be a breaking point for New York City voters. Yeah, Liz Smith was a major advisor to both the McMorrow campaign and the Cuomo campaign. It's a byproduct of people being too online. Online centrists and alt-right people hate Hasan to a borderline creepy degree and thus are perpetually mad that people who actually go outside are not constantly looking up or fuming about what he says. Like they genuinely refuse to get that most people who live normal lives are not constantly following stupid Twitch drama from a guy that weirdos hate watch for fun. I think I'm chronically online, but then stuff like this comes up and I have thankfully no idea. Does he make bad arguments? Like, why don't they like him? Is there anything more than a lefty they disagree with? Basically, one of the centrist big takeaways from the 24 election was that the media was too hostile to Dems and they needed a Joe Rogan to the left. Gen Z progressive said, we have that in Hasan. That scared centrists because Hasan is ultra progressive and criticized the party a lot. He's also very hostile to Israel, which is obviously the issue for the party hierarchy. McMorrow attacked him hard for this, but leaned too hard into Islamophobic stereotypes, which evaporated her base since her lane was progressive but not extremist. You'll hear a lot more about him since after he got attacked, he started getting more involved in primaries, throwing support behind several Democratic socialists who unseated incumbents. I like Hasan. He's good people. He has the balls to speak out and educate against a very clearly corrupt capitalist system. He's also one of the few white leftist commentators in the online sphere who has truly studied and internalized the works of black leftists. I judge him by his enemies, and most, if not, are all clearly evil people. Oh my God. This is r/politics, folks. He would hate that you're calling him white. He doesn't care what black people think. He calls himself white nearly every stream, Lamau. Your entire view of him is shaped by out-of-context clips you've seen, as evidenced by the second part of your comment. Exactly. Per AFD signifier, Hasan has read Fanon. He's the real deal. Most libs, let alone leftists, have no idea who Fanon is. Okay, fine. White Chinese. Have they tried to clip that into something negative yet? Is your problem that he's a class traitor to the rich and it makes it hard to be a class traitor to the poor? His mansion is a 4 or 5 bedrooms, 2 or 3 bathrooms, and a postage stamp pool. It's smaller than the $250K house I grew up in a few hours north. Just because he could afford a mortgage in a fancy neighborhood, it invalidates everything he says? Does every progressive person who lives there have to be ignored also? If he lived in a dump in the Oklahoma farmland, would you suddenly be fine with him? Why or why not? Afford a mortgage, lol. He's rich with his rich parents. He's not paying a mortgage. He does not have rich parents. His parents financially dependent on him. Wow, that's a huge accusation. Given that animal abuse is a huge crime in California. Was he charged and arrested for this recently? You can find proof in less than 30 seconds that he doesn't use a shock collar, dude. He doesn't live in a mansion. He also does a hell of a lot more than bitch and moan, given that he regularly shows up at protests, helped bring aid to Cuba, is one of the biggest donators of the first Amazon union, and is actively working to help get progressive candidates into Congress. Don't forget, abuses his dog. A narrative perpetuated by jackasses like you who watch a 5-second clip out of context. This is a dying movement. This is the last gasp of a dying movement. I cannot believe that r/politics would get here. I remember what it used to look like in 2023 in the aftermath of October 7. I guess it's crazy that Reddit, even Reddit is turning. Even r/politics is turning. Because many of these guys, I think a lot of these guys are the ones who just get caught in the crossfire. They get inundated with those brigaders, and they eventually develop these kinds of opinions on myself and all these other people. But they actually do hold some kind of principled stance where they do actually want to defeat Republicans, right? Yeah. You being the biggest donor to the Amazon union was the funniest leak. I know. Keep simping influencers. Keep simping fascists and billionaires. Yes, wanting people not to need influencers to teach them history and logic. Me simping fascists and billionaires. One thing I want to note that maybe wasn't made clear by the comments is that he's one of the pioneers of the dirtbag left movement. Basically, people with left-wing ideals who abandoned the polite, politically correct messaging that was once associated with woke progressives. He's got the same somewhat vulgar sense of humor that you'd expect from any mid-30s dude on the internet. Prude conservatives and centrists see this as an opportunity to use him as a stand-in for all progressives in order to paint the left as aggressive and degenerate. For example, he once infamously joked that America deserved 9/11 when reflecting on America's inhumane treatment of the Middle East in the 80s and 90s. It's pretty typical dark humor for someone of his demographic, but the media has spun it to depict the entire left as completely pro-terrorism and anti-West. He has long since backtracked on that, acknowledging that it was a bad joke made in poor taste, but the media still hammers it in with any mention of him, assuming people won't Google the context behind it. Your thesis ignores that the right is a bunch of assholes and has no moral high ground that clutch their pearls about the left not being nice to them. The reason we have lost ground is because moderates on the left think it's more important to be nice than to win, as if there's no consequences to losing. Being history's noblest losers have gotten our boomercrat gerontocracy 45 years of backsliding in the tug of war with the right. Oh my God, this guy's cooking. Yes, I did cover FIFA, the United States rigging the FIFA match with Belgium. Yeah, you know who would hate to see r/politics get to this point? Ghislaine Maxwell. Does it not concern you that being received positively on r/politics is not a good thing? No, it doesn't. Do you want to know why? Someone who's on the fence about you? Twitch star Hasan Piker notches a win with New York City socialist, possible paywall from Bloomberg. My understanding is that his community did a ton of phone banking in the run-up to the election, that they pulled in roughly 2,000 votes for Chevalier, which is almost exactly how many votes she beat Espaillat by. I just assumed that did reaction content all day. That's pretty impressive. He's a real enigma for me because I really dislike his streaming persona and practices, and I think his policies are hit or miss, but some of the misses are much bigger than I can ignore, primarily related to foreign policy and politics outside of the USA. But on the other hand, he serves an extremely important purpose in being a gateway to draw in the angry young demographic who is so often targeted by the far right. That persona that I dislike so much is probably a significant part of why it works. So it sort of takes the wind out of my self-righteous sails. I really do not know if he's a net positive or net negative, and my opinion on that seems to be based on whether the last thing I saw him do was. And if he keeps organizing, I definitely can't be upset about that. Quite the opposite. Hang on, a level-headed criticism of Hasan Piker. Yeah, we forget this is Reddit, so of course they still have a very, they still definitely have a very negative association with my foreign policy, which is no more war, please. I beg of you. I'm an anti-imperialist. Let's not wage war. Let's wage peace. Okay, here's my fucking foreign policy.
Not war, not war, not war. Just peace, just peace, just peace. Forever, forever, forever. Peace forever. No crazy war. No crazy. No crazy war. No crazy war. Please, please, please. Yes, peace. Peace forever. Peace forever.
I largely agree. I don't think the majority of his content is geared towards me, but plenty of the clips I've seen and the interviews on the street of him coming across as generally well-intentioned and well-informed. But also, I'm not going to expect a 100% batting rate for a Twitch streamer, the modern-day equivalent of a talk radio host. That he's at all able to mobilize young people and steer them away from the far right is a net positive, and it's not something that the current Democratic establishment, including the liberals here in Canada, seem particularly interested in doing. Yeah, I think a lot of my issues then come down to this. He's just on the air too much to be fully functional as a communicator. I think that if I were to talk to him in a normal setting, we would be extremely aligned in all but the details, but streaming does something to people, so it pushes them towards more extreme reactions and less informed opinions, as he's both trying to learn about a new event in real time while also fielding constant engagement from trolls. But even if I understand it, it does not mean that I really like it. But like you said, yeah, look, my perspective on this is, yeah, downvoted. His foreign policy, like opposition to genocide and foreign intervention, why is that an enigma to you? Actually controversial. It's not exactly approaching this conversation in a productive way. I did not mention specifics because I do not want to get into a flame war that will serve to do nothing. I want to be a bit more specific. I think Hasan has a tendency to view almost all geopolitics through the lens of American imperialism. The lens itself is actually not bad. It's a useful way of evaluating. Yeah, of course I see that because America is the hegemonic superpower. The problem is that he favors it to such an extent that he tends to act as if most negative things other countries do are because of American imperialism. That is the reason. That is literally directly the reason. It's America is a superpower, is the superpower, is the hegemonic superpower. Of course other countries do, like, what these guys are talking about is like other countries engaging in acts of repression, political repression, like Iran, for example. That is directly a consequence of American intervention. Yes. If a country is engaging in political repression and we don't talk about it, that's still a direct byproduct. An ally engages in political repression, whether it be Turkey, which I'm unbelievably critical of and talk about all the fucking time, or whether it be Saudi Arabia. That is because America has allowed it to happen. Okay? America could just as easily criticize its allies for doing these sorts of things. They don't. They choose not to because they don't give a shit. America's enemies often engage in political repression because they're directly under the line of fire. Okay? Friction often causes political repression. If you're not a real democratic process, if you don't actually have the people's mandate in your governance, you have to engage in acts of political persecution and repression. Okay? That is for America's allies. For America's enemies, they oftentimes lose the people's mandate by direct intervention because America destroys their economy. Okay? America destroys their fucking economy. America leaves them unstable. America's constantly engaging in psyops, trying to make the public rise up in arms, trying to foment a coup, like in a place like Iran. And because of that constant stage of warfare, these countries have to engage in political repression, oftentimes completely unacceptable levels of political persecution, repression, and even outright violence in the case of Iran, right? We've never lived in a world where this kind of intervention has not existed, especially in the aftermath of the advent of the internet. It's become much easier, especially because most of those websites are also owned by American billionaires. The best example I can give, what made me aware of his tendency, was his reaction to the annexation of Crimea, identical to Barack Obama's, by the way. Barack Hussein Obama. I'm willing to bet this person loves Barack Hussein Obama. In his comments leading up to and immediately after the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the use of the lens is what caused him so seriously to miss with regards to Russia invading Ukraine. My perspective on Russia's invasion of Ukraine was identical to Zelensky's perspective and Ukrainians' perspective. They too did not believe that Russia would do such an unbelievably insane and violent thing. He later admitted he was wrong, but his reason for why he was wrong is paraphrased. I thought Russia was going to be more rational, but I guess this kind of makes sense when you look at the aggressive expansion of NATO and the U.S. The problem here is that NATO expansion is not why Russia annexed Crimea and invaded the rest of Ukraine. It literally is. Zelensky literally begged people to stop saying an invasion was coming. Yeah. NATO not existing would not have made it so that Russia would not be expansionist. It would just mean that Russia's expansionism would be unopposed. A lot of the drive for people to join NATO is not because the U.S. aggressively forcing them to do so. It's because those nations are sitting too close to imperialist Russia and want to protect themselves. It's possible for the U.S. to both be on the right side of something, as rare it is. It's also possible for two imperialist powers who are both bad to be in opposition because of what their goals are. Wait, what? So you do agree with me? What the fuck? This dude literally took the long way home. I mean, he doesn't, I don't agree with the NATO expansion part, but yeah, his final conclusion is like, yeah, America found itself on the right side morally of a conflict for the worst possible reasons. That's my position. So many of these motherfuckers literally will be like, I actually don't like Hasan because he's pro-Russia. And then they will literally talk through their perspective. There's also a blanketing of like all irredentist action or all action that Russia has taken with what it's currently doing. Okay. There's a significant difference between the annexation of Crimea. You might have a disagreement with it. I think it's perfectly valid to have a disagreement with the annexation of any fucking territory that doesn't belong to you. I don't think it's the appropriate thing for Russia to do. I think it was illegal. Okay. But if you can't see the difference between the annexation of Crimea, which was allowed by the Barack Obama administration, ironically enough, versus what the Russian irredentis action in eastern Ukraine looks like, I don't know what to tell you. That's a very different situation. Russia always, throughout the entire, entire history of Crimea belonging to Ukraine, still operated Sevastopol. It was its entry point into the Black Sea. Okay? And once George W. Bush, that fucking demon, on his way out, decided to come out and say we should bring Georgia and Ukraine into NATO, we should start those conversations. Of course, it was shortly thereafter that Vladimir Putin was like, all right, well, I have to take a piece of fucking territory from Georgia to ensure that no such NATO expansion ever exists. And I have to take a piece of fucking, I have to make sure that I, the Crimean base, Sevastopol, is still in Russian hands. He utilized the, he also used in his favor the demographic makeup of the Crimean population, which had been Russified long before Vladimir Putin ever came to control the Russian Federation, which didn't even exist when Crimea was being fucking Russified anyway. So, what are you to do in that situation? Like, well, you're presenting a through line between a time period where fucking Ukraine was also a part of the USSR to Vladimir Putin. You're making it seem like he Russified Crimea. This is the ultimate problem with your content. You talk about various subjects for long periods of time over many different days, weeks, months, and years. People miss parts of your commentary while also misunderstanding other parts of it. Unless they're watching you every day, there will always be some missing context. Yes. Yeah. They saw me offhandedly say Crimea River, and they fucking flipped on it. Some of the people that are already like pro-American imperialism have been disingenuously using it over and over, and they love spamming it. One of the guys that always loves spamming is that Syrian twink that now lives in Japan, formerly of the American Enterprise Institute. Again, all these fucking libtards are getting their notes from a guy who worked for the American Enterprise Institute. I'm sorry, that should cause you to really reconsider your fucking worldview. There should never be a point, if you're a liberal, if you're a Democrat, you should never listen to an American Enterprise Institute guy and go, I agree with him, especially as it pertains to foreign policy. Even saying Putin is an irredentis is ridiculous. He's just a fascist. Just say it. Wait, what? Yeah. What are you talking about? He's a fucking ultra-nationalist that oversees a kleptocracy. Why the fuck would I? Like, that's the other thing. There is no ideological reason for me to, in any way, shape, or form, be pro-Vladimir Putin. I'm not. I never have been. This is also one of the most annoying parts about it. Okay? It's one of the most annoying parts about this concept is that people have just decided, like, I'm pro-Putin. I'm pro-Russia. I'm not. I mean, I'm pro-Russian people. I don't want the Russian people to suffer. I don't want the Ukrainian people to suffer. I don't want anybody to suffer. I'm for the working class across the board. Okay, I can accept that. I mean, again, well, welcome to hearing my actual perspective on Russia. How does Obama allowing the occupation of Crimea a reason for Crimea not being returned to Ukraine? Great question. Okay. Great question. The reason why I'm bringing up Obama is because Obama also made that calculation that there is a high density of Russian speakers in Crimea that were fairly sympathetic to Russia to begin with. And it would be a major mistake to try to wage war with a nuclear superpower over a territory that the most significant aspect of that territory was already in the hands due to pre-existing contracts in the hands of Russia. Sevastopol was already operated by Russia, right? It was a Russian naval base. It was the Russian entry point into the Black Sea. So Barack Obama saw the intention from Vladimir Putin and unironically made the right decision not to try and fucking wage war. And yes, the Ukrainian army did not exist at the time. It was functionally non-existent. So they got to work. They built the ranks of the Ukrainian army with some, not so great people who now dominate big aspects of the Ukrainian armed forces, but we're not going to get into that. That's another byproduct of Russia's irredentist action. Usually the forces that are seen as liberators are always going to be the most nationalist, most fascist forces in the country. It makes sense. Your Russia take is kind of nuanced for the American liberal while on the issue of Taiwan law. I mean, my Russia take is not that different. That's why they get mad. I'm in favor of less friction. I'm in favor of diplomacy. Okay? That's why I was in favor of following through on the Minsk agreement. And I'm fairly certain that if you were to ask every single Ukrainian right now and every single person, every single party involved, what would be better? Following through on the Minsk agreement or the current battle lines being drawn in eastern Ukrainian territory as Russian forces have entrenched themselves and hardened their battle lines? They would probably say, yeah, the Minsk agreement was a far better solution. And no, the Minsk agreement did not surrender Donetsk and Luhansk. It made it autonomous regions. Also, here's the other aspect of this. And this one really pisses off a lot of people when I mention this. Obviously, Ukraine itself, like the Ukrainian government itself, sought out a punishment for the Crimean population after the annexation. Okay? The dams that were built under the USSR were destroyed. They actually eviscerated the waterways into Ukraine or into Crimea. So they clearly also were like cutting their losses in that regard. Do you understand? There was no, and before people say that was a strategic decision to wage war or whatever, that's still collective punishment under every single circumstance. And not only that, but also what war utility, what war did you wage for Ukraine after doing that? No, it was a significant punishment. It was a punishment for the Crimean population that did not have the same exact interests. Do you think Putin would have invaded if NATO was not encroaching on Russia? Or do you think that was his excuse? I think it's both. I think Vladimir Putin wanted to leave a long-lasting legacy. I think Vladimir Putin genuinely thinks like Ukraine should be a part of Russia. He wants to do the Russian Empire to the best of his ability. Okay, I do believe that. I mean, he said it as such. He's openly mentioned it to Tucker Carlson and numerous other people. Okay. But having said that, We'll never know what he would have done if America had not aggressively postured and consistently claimed that Russia was a major foreign adversary and also engaged in NATO expansion or even entertained NATO expansion. Anyway. It's just funny because it's like that guy literally agrees with me. Like, Russia is the immoral actor in the invasion of Ukraine. I have consistently maintained this position. I've said it since day one, and I will continue saying it because it's true. Now, will it have secondary effect as far as like undermining the confidence that people have in American imperialism, all that sort of stuff? That remains to be seen, but it seems like the answer is yes. But Russia's actions in Ukraine have always been immoral. Having said that, America's investment in Ukraine has nothing to do with liberating the Ukrainian people. And when I used to say this, people get really mad at me. Now they kind of recognize where I'm coming from. But even then they get frustrated. Ukraine is a weird one because both sides wanted to wage war. Fuck no. Dude, Ukraine did not want to wage war. Are you kidding me? Zelensky was literally elected in the office because he was going to... Zelensky, there were a lot of people who hated Zelensky in Ukraine because they thought he wasn't going to be aggressive enough against Russia. Are you kidding me? Zelensky was, ironically enough, the anti-corruption candidate, which, you know, we found out that he was doing some corruption of his own with the Panama Papers. But Zelensky was literally the we are not going to wage war with Russia candidate. So no, I don't think Ukraine ever wanted to fucking wage this war. Are you kidding me? What country would ever want millions of their citizens to escape, to have his future be robbed of them? What country wants a quarter of their nation state to be destroyed by a foreign occupier? No one wants that. That's crazy. Ukraine was forced into this, for sure. Yeah. The majority of Ukrainian citizens now are polled in favor of a negotiated settlement to the war, including ceding territory. So, once again, it goes back to Vladimir Putin. Is he fucking insane enough to demand territory that he doesn't currently occupy with the hopes that America will give a push to Ukraine? Does he still think he has the capacity to encroach further into Ukrainian territory? Bro, what? They never wanted war? Wait, what do you mean? Ukraine? That's what I said. I just said that. Anyway. We used to be a proper country. Hasan's biceps, we still talk about you.
I'm sorry that you fucking can't stop fapping when you see my ginormous fucking biceps, okay? That's a you problem, bitch.
Yeah, I know I'm different, I'm one of a kind. I took off on bitches and left them behind. How do you hate me if I'm on your mind? Sending me messages ain't Valentine. Bitches is messy, but I'm petty. Don't gotta edit. Check the Getty. I keep it real, I keep it sexy. Holla for backup before
God
they address
damn.
me. Hoes do all of that typing, but never once did I get pressed. It's obvious bitches obsessed. If it's fuck me, then we having sex. If I pop back, then they go. Bitch,
All right.
I'm sorry that you fucking can't stop fapping when you see my ginormous fucking biceps, okay?
Okay. You got it. Here, I'll give you a little taste, okay? I'll give you a little fucking taste. God damn, dude. Can you secretly go twink before you get back to China? I'm never going to be able to go twink. I want to, but I'll never be able to get twinkified. Start pumping Reddit and steroids? Fuck it. Can you go a little Mexican? I am a little Mexican. What do you mean I'm wearing a fucking Mexico jersey? What are you talking about? Based on some of the latest Chinese gacha games drama and your beard and square jaw makes you too gay, the twinks are the height of masculinity. What is this? Ellis Island American geopolitics versus Heritage American geopolitics. The Iranian Nazi regime is neither defeated nor subdued. It seems as emboldened as ever. Millions at Syed Khamenei funeral. Can somebody confirm Galaba Fist? Iranian. Can somebody confirm Jackson Hinkle's bisexuality? He kind of got that bi face. Why lie? How the fuck does Jackson get all this access? FSB agent. For the longest time, I thought he was an American. I thought he was an American agent, but I think he's just straight up FSB agent. Living my dreams. I too would like to hand out Shadabit in Tehran. Okay. FSB is the Russian CIA, chat. KGB. My Putin supporting father was the first to show me him. I was always skeptical. Just join FSB, move to Moscow and you can. I would never do that. That's the funniest thing is that, like, I know ACP presents itself as like loving America, but I low-key do actually love America a little too much to ever do such a thing.
So
all right, we got our boy. I miss him. He also went to Cuba and he made this video and he's view-mogging me with his video. Abdul was able to farm a racist voter with good policies.
He said, I don't like you much. I said, I'm sorry. He said, but I'm going to vote for you. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm going to vote for you. I was like, why? He's like, because I think you really want me to have health care. I was like, I do. I really want you to have health care. He's like, that's why I'm going to vote for you. I was like, so why don't you like me? He's like, well, because you're Muslim. I was like, oh, okay. All right, good. Turns out I don't need you to like me. I need you to like you. All these folks who voted for Donald Trump are looking at this now and saying, is this really better? Is $5 gas better? Is a war I never wanted to fight better? And I think we got an opportunity to be like, you know what could be better? You having health care. Your kids having good schools. And corporations not owning your government so you actually can stand up to them. That's what could be better. I had a guy come up to me and said, I don't like you much. I said, I'm sorry. He said, but I'm going to vote for you. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, I'm gonna vote for you. I was like, why? He's like, because I think you really want me to have health care. I was like, I do. I really want you to have health care. He's like, that's why I'm gonna vote for you. I was like, so why don't you like me?
Unc, you're missing out. Gavin McGinnis heated debate versus Rabbi Mizrahi and Black Israelite. Dude. Hasan, I'm the chatter who alerted you to the National Mall evacuation last night, and I'm still riding that high. That's so funny. Congratulations, chatter. You did it. You were the town crier. Okay, stop linking shit. We're watching Boy Boy.
I was sailing in the Caribbean recently and I noticed something really strange happening. You see, these fishing boats, they just keep exploding. Look, you can see it here. If you look at the footage from the cameras of America's MQ-9 Reaper drones, you can see it right there. It's really weird. Like 200 fishermen have just spontaneously combusted so far. And what's even weirder is that the US Navy is here too, and they've been intercepting ships in the Caribbean that are trying to bring supplies to Cuba. So obviously I was very confused. So I decided the best way to work out what was going on is to...
Okay, hold on. You yelled at me one time. It was my fault and I got sad and I didn't watch for 3 months, but I'm here, so that's crazy. When I yell at chatters, you quit for 3 months? That's wild. Yes. Oh my God, that makes me so sad. Tubbo, don't laugh at them. That's crazy. Now we're getting laughed at by Tubbo. I'm sorry. Yeah, you're being too mean sometimes.
You know, get on a fishing boat and try to bring 30 tons of humanitarian aid to Cuba.
Evacuate your engine room immediately. In one shot, blew up the engine room, the ship stopped. It's a very profitable business. Who would have thought we were doing that? We're like pirates. We're sort of like pirates.
So funny. So funny, man.
So you're probably thinking two things right now, right? Number one is that I'm obviously back at home, you know, filming the intro segment to this video, so I guess I didn't die or I didn't go to prison, but you actually have no idea where I'm filming this video from, do you? Like I could be doing it from a CIA black site, or maybe I'm filming it from hell, right? Maybe I'm dead, right? You actually have no idea what happens to me in this video. And the second thing you're thinking is, why does the US have a naval blockade of Cuba and why are they blowing up all these boats? Well, to find out, we need to know what's going on between the US and Cuba and how it all started. So for about 4,000 years, Cuba was home to 2 million people. Then the Europeans came in 1535, and through a very delicate balance of slavery and brand new cutting-edge diseases like smallpox, in just 30 years the indigenous populations were declared completely extinct. At that point, the Europeans had the same feeling that I had when I ate an entire jar of pickles at 2 a.m. and then didn't have the ingredients left for my sandwich the next day. Without the indigenous slaves, the Europeans would have to do all the work. And they didn't come all the way from Europe to just like pick sugarcane forever, so they imported a brand new kind of slave from a different continent to, you know, replace all the ones that they killed. And they actually kind of look like this, because they look quite different, these ones. Let's see. Asian, white, Asian. Yeah, so the new ones look like this, which is it's pretty good. Anyway, the Europeans fixed that extinction problem, and the system worked pretty well for them for another 3.
Cuba's like demographic control is such an interesting story because they kept importing white people as well, because they wanted to strike a delicate balance on the island to make sure that there weren't more black people than white people. But then the white people that they kept bringing to the island were woke, and the white people then, you know, built the underlying anarchist movement on the island as well, and therefore led to the Cuban Revolution. Like some of the whites that they imported to the island because they were really scared, like the white business owners were really scared that there would be, you know, not a 50-50 split. And some of the white people that came up to the island were like, yeah, we're anarchists actually, or we're fucking trade unionists. What the fuck is this shit? This sucks. Yeah, Spanish anarchists. And then those guys were like, yo, we should actually organize with these folk and, you know, not allow this current system to continue.
100 years, until the Cubans got sick of being slaves on plantations, and I guess the Spanish got bed sores or something from sleeping on piles of bones all day. So the US actually stepped in and helped kick out the Spanish. But the main thing the Cubans got out of it was replacing a handful of Spanish plantation owners with a handful of Cuban and American plantation owners, and all their profits went to US companies instead of the King of Spain. And this system continued for the next 60 years, right? The Cuban countryside was a giant US sugarcane plantation. American companies controlled about 70% of the land, and the remainder of it was owned by just the 0.5% of rich Cubans. Illiteracy and malnutrition was through the roof, but in the cities, they had so much disposable food that they started using their spare grapes and bananas to make hats. And you can see them here dancing with these stupid hats for a bunch of guys with equally stupid names like Lucky, the Bug, Joe Bananas, not to be confused with Joe Diamonds, Joe Batters, Joe Fish, and Fat Joe, who were also there, and along with a guy called the Little Man and another guy also called the Little Man. You see, Havana, the capital of Cuba, was known as the Las Vegas of Latin America. And not just because it was the mecca for gambling and prostitution, but because it was run entirely by the US Mafia. Here's mob kingpin Maya Little Man Lansky hanging out in Havana with the US-backed Cuban dictator Fulgencio Batista. They're getting along really well because Batista let the mob buy up every hotel and casino in the city and pass laws that facilitated their money laundering and their narcotics and human trafficking. And, you know, the mob loved it. I mean,
Meyer Lansky, OG Jewish Mafia, like, he is one of the pivotal figures that back the Batista regime, was the connective tissue between America and Batista. A lot of Italians as well.
Not enough to give him a stupid nickname like Bobby Gabagool, but still, they made a crazy amount of money together. And any Cuban who got in the way of this racket was executed by the dictator's secret police. Or, if you're lucky, like Fidel Castro over here, they'll just torture you and then exile you to Mexico. Now, at the time, Batista didn't realize that this was the biggest fumble in history because Castro was about to grow a beard. And with a group of 82 other bearded Cubans and a bunch of guns, he decided to sail back to Cuba from Mexico in a tiny 12-person boat that was called...
Very anti-Semitic to say there's a Jewish mafia. No, like back then there literally was. What do you mean? Remember, this is a time period where Jews were also outcast from regular society, which is kind of what you do when you're, you know, when you're not allowed to participate in normal societal functions. Yeah. Irish mafia, Italian mafia, the Jewish mafia at the time.
Grandma, which, I mean, look, I don't get it either, but they wanted to liberate Cuba from this corrupt dictatorship. Unfortunately, they were immediately ambushed by Batista's army, and only 12 of them survived the landing, and they fled to the mountains. Now, in any normal situation, this would be the end of the revolution, but the interesting thing about Batista is that literally every single person hated him. So for the next 3 years, these 12 bearded men became thousands of bearded men, and women too. And by 1959, they had defeated Batista, who, you know, fled the country with 424 million...
Yes, Castro's boat has the same name as Dragon's ship from One Piece, remember. Oda knows. Grandma. Same name for Dragon's ship, the revolutionaries in One Piece.
He embezzled from his corrupt dictatorship. Fidel Castro became the leader of this new Cuban government, and let me tell you, he got to work immediately.
Dude, I saw some photos that I hadn't seen from the initial landing with the Beardos when they first came in with Grandma, and someone was saying that the Cuban Revolution would have taken days if not for the fact that they had to stop and take some of the greatest aura photos of all time, the aura farming photos, and they literally are insane. I've never seen a group of dudes that just have such unbelievable aura. They weren't trying. Like, they were not actively trying to farm aura. They just had it. Yeah. This is it. Oh my fucking God, dude. Ripping bogues in the fucking swampland. Literally, like, 70 of your homies perished in the process, and you're just ripping fat fucking lung darts. Look at the aura. Are you kidding me? Comrade. Nah, wait, you look tough. I'm taking a photo. Like, come on, bro. This shit looks like Red Dead. This shit looks like a snapshot from Red Dead. It's real life. The fuck was Kurosawa with them or something? I can see why you modeled your entire life image after this man. That's crazy to say. I cannot hold. I do not have the aura in my entire body that Fidel or Che holds in their fucking pinky. Okay, that's crazy. You're an insane person for saying that. Yeah, I am unfit to shine their boots, as Hideo Kojima once famously said, or made Solid Snake say. Anyway.
They skyrocketed to 7th in the world in literacy rates, eliminated poverty, brought electricity.
What are your thoughts on Che, one of the greatest revolutionaries of all time, bar none, literally fucking a lion of a man, straight up. There are very few people that have existed on this planet as incredible as Fidel Castro and Che Guevara. Very few people. Straight up. Like, as close to perfect as you can be in every way, shape, and form. Obviously, no one is perfect. And there were plenty of imperfections, but what matters is recognizing and offering restitution for those wrongs and righting those wrongs. Literally, not even close. There's a reason, guys. A lot of people nowadays will say, "Oh, it's because he was hot that he was on every t-shirt." Like, I'm not kidding when I say this. Okay, no, that's not the reason. The reason, I mean, that's part of the reason, but the real reason why people all around the world fell in love with these people and found them to be iconic was because they were fucking incredible. Okay, they were incredible.
The entire countryside and established a system of free, universal healthcare, achieving lower infant mortality than the US and more doctors per capita than any country in the world. It's crazy.
Like some aspects of the revolution that like people will point to, like Fidel Castro's parents were wealthy, right? They owned farmland. They owned more farmland than the government allowed people to have as individuals. So Fidel made his parents also participate in the expropriation of farmland. Like, that's the type of shit that they were doing. Che Guevara would spend every fucking free moment that he had going and toiling the fucking fields, carrying bags of cement during the Reconstruction. Like, these guys lived for it. Every waking moment. I mean, Che Guevara spent the latter half of his life straight up liberating Africa. So, I mean, there's nothing... What more can you do?
Easy what they did. I mean, you have 9/11 first responders traveling to Cuba so they can get treatments they can't access in the US.
This one test that they recommended I take is about $5,000 to $7,000. I have no medical coverage, so I can't go for the last part of the test.
No se preocupe que todo eso va a ser estudiado. But that's actually someone else's documentary, and you're watching my one right now, so just don't worry about that video. Now, in order to do all this cool stuff, the new Cuban government had to make a lot of enemies, right? So a big part of eliminating poverty is getting rid of Cuba's colonial plantation system, which means...
I would go so far as say Cuba and the Cuban Revolution in general was not only so beautiful and so perfect that like it literally like the revolutionary spirit is still carried by especially a lot of the older Cubans, at least from my experience. But like they have nothing. Like, they've been forced into abject poverty, and yet they still try to help other people out to the best of their abilities. One of the greatest examples of how much American propaganda can unironically warp the brains of an entire generation. Because, like, can't wait to see this clipped on Fox News later. I mean, I don't care. You know my position on this stuff.
taking the land back from the 0.5% of the population that owned it and distributing it to the farmers who actually worked and lived on the land. Now, the Cuban government actually wanted to do it all by the book. They didn't just take the land, they offered to buy the land off the, handful of plantation owners. But like every multinational business from Apple to Amazon to Google, they paid zero tax by cooking the books. They shift their profits around so they could claim they were running at a loss. And because the new government was doing it by the book, which was cooked, they offered these businesses the amount of money that the businesses themselves had reported for the past decade. Now, every country that owned Cuban businesses, from England to Spain to Switzerland, they accepted that they had a good run doing slave labor and lying about their profits, and the jig was up, and they took the money that was offered and signed the companies over to the new Cuban government. Well, no, every single country except for the US did that. So all these Cuban plantation owners and oligarchs moved to the US, expecting that Uncle Sam would quickly...
Even in Iran, people don't understand the Cuban Revolution and curse Castro. What the fuck? That's crazy. They literally designed a COVID vaccine together. God. American propaganda is so unbelievably powerful. At the Pasteur Institute in Iran, they straight up designed the COVID vaccine. Cuba and Iran designed the COVID vaccine together because they were obviously kept out of the international, kept out of the getting the fucking vaccines from Western countries. We bombed that. We bombed that research institute, by the way, in the Operation Epstein Fury. Yeah. And also, I don't think people in Iran curse Castro that much because they were pro-Iranian revolution as well.
Invade and topple the Cuban government, and they'd get their slaves back. So the CIA, the mafia, and Cuban exiles really gave it a good crack. They invaded Cuba 2 years later and lost, and then they did chemical warfare. Then they tried 573 different Looney Tunes style assassination attempts on Castro. They literally tried to make him smoke an exploding cigar at one point, but they never managed to kill the Cuban president. But look, I'm not saying that the dream team of Miami Cubans, the mafia, and the CIA are a group of bumbling idiots who can't get anything done, right? They did manage to kill the American president on their first try, which is very impressive, right? But that's a whole other story. The point is, the Cuban plantation owners never gave up. They just kept going. They did heaps of cool action movie style terrorist attacks against Cuba over the decades. They'd bomb passenger planes, they'd shoot bazookas at public theaters. They killed a bunch of people, they were busy guys. But unfortunately, after 70 years of living in Miami, like anyone who lives there, their brains had completely melted and they just don't have the same mojo anymore. All they can do these days is, get on their knees and beg Trump to bomb them next after he's done with Iran. And when they're not doing that, they make the worst AI-generated reggaeton videos in the world. Hallucinating about a utopian US-controlled Cuba where they finally get their slaves back and, Havana has a McDonald's and a Walmart and a CBS, but somehow in their vision, the CBS isn't surrounded by fentanyl addicts like you usually get at a CBS in the USA. But whatever, it's really inspiring stuff, but unfortunately, as good as their AI videos are, the Cuban government is still in charge. But there is one thing that the US did that has drastically affected Cuba, right? And it's spelled out in this declassified government memorandum from 1960, which was only a few months after the Cuban Revolution. You see, the US knew that Castro was incredibly popular, so the only way they could actually get rid of him is to completely block the country off from the outside world, bringing about hunger, desperation, and eventually the overthrow of the government. So they introduced an embargo, which the US government called the most comprehensive set of economic sanctions that any country has ever had.
And remember, the design of this embargo is supposed to be invisible. Donald Trump obviously gave the game away. Not that people give a shit anymore, but at the time, they wanted to have plausible deniability. Oh, it's communism's fault. It's communism that's keeping this island poor. And of course, they failed to do so for the longest time because the USSR was like, we got you. That's why, regardless of my criticisms of Khrushchev, and feel as though the period of de-Stalinization might have actually unironically set the stage for the dissolution of the USSR. I will say Khrushchev was a bit of a lion for giving Cuba USSR nukes.
Now, up until this point, the US controlled Cuba for 50 years, so they were obviously Cuba's biggest trading partner. But the issue isn't that suddenly US companies were banned from trading with Cuba. It's actually much, much bigger than that. See, any country or company anywhere in the world that does business with Cuba will also be sanctioned and blacklisted by the US. So let's say the CEO of a foreign company is completely insane and says, like, fuck it. Like, I really don't mind getting blacklisted and locked out of the global market. I just really, really want to sell this cancer medicine to Cuba for some reason. And even in that like super rare scenario, the US can still stop them. Since the US essentially runs the, global financial system and owns the global reserve currency, the bank that facilitates this transaction will be fined $619 million for doing it, which happened to ING in 2012. And if you can't tell by all the spelling mistakes in the company's name, it's a Dutch bank. It's got nothing to do with the US, but they can still somehow be fined for dealing with Cuba. It's actually insane, right? They've made it nearly impossible for any country to buy or sell anything to Cuba, and nothing's off limits, right? Like in 2016, when the UN set up an international children's painting competition, and a 13-year-old Cuban boy with hemophilia won. And they had the award ceremony in Algiers, as you do, and the kid was meant to receive a Nikon camera as the grand prize. But after pressure from the US, Nikon, a Japanese company, refused to hand over the digital camera, all because the kid who won was Cuban, and they didn't want to compromise their business with the US. It's actually nuts. Like any...
This is part of the reason why I say, like, we are the prototype for Israel. Because that's like Israel behavior, right? Many of you have grown up to learn that this kind of comical evil behavior is one that only Israel does. No, we've been doing it too. And in many respects, we've been allowing Israel to do this kind of shit to other countries. Okay? Obviously, he's using like an edge case that's like, kind of funny and devastating, dark, but funny. To really show you the lengths that America went to and still goes to make sure that Cubans suffer all the fucking time. But, as I've also described in great detail with the interviews that I conducted with doctors and nurses and regular Cuban citizens, like, this extends to every aspect of Cuban existence.
Country in the world would have an immediate humanitarian crisis if it was locked out of all international trade like Cuba was. But in the words of former US President Jimmy Carter himself, the only reason the sanctions haven't created a humanitarian catastrophe in Cuba is because the Cuban government has somehow maintained one of the best healthcare systems in the world. Without being able to trade with anyone, the Cubans have managed to use the very little resources that they have and make it go a really, really long way. The healthcare system isn't just surviving under 70 years of the biggest economic blockade on Earth, but they're still doing international aid. Like a tiny country that can't trade with anyone sends more doctors to the third world than the world's 8 richest countries combined. They cured blindness for 4 million people around the world for free, and even in the more extreme cases like Haiti, Cuban doctors make up 75% of all healthcare in the country. I mean, without Cuban doctors...
In Jamaica, Cuban doctors make up 70% of all of the rural healthcare, which now get zero healthcare because Marco Rubio forced the Jamaican country to purge the Cuban doctors.
There would basically be no doctors left in Haiti. It's crazy. Somehow the Cubans managed to do all this impossible stuff for almost 70 years, but that brings us to the year of the fire horse, 2026. Now, one of the only countries that's ever been brave enough to, sell oil to Cuba has been Venezuela, because, they're already sanctioned to shit, so, what more could the US government do, right? Well, it turns out the US government can actually do a lot more, right? Especially now that the government's been supercharged with the insatiable aura of the pedophile. In January, in the middle of the night, the US military flew in, bombed the country, killed a bunch of people, and...
There are a shit ton of Cuban doctors in Italy. Yeah, Italy was one of the countries that told America to fuck off. Run by a fascist, by the way. Even Maloney was like, suck my dick. When Marco Rubio was like, you have to pull the Cuban doctors, no more Cuban healthcare. And Italy was like, no. Of course, they still got away with it in places like Jamaica that America obviously can dominate with ease.
Kidnapped the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro. And they've been holding him in US prison for the past 6 months, claiming he's a drug trafficker, which is weird because, the brother of the US Secretary of State is an actual drug trafficker. And just a month before that, Trump pardoned the president of Honduras, who actually trafficked hundreds of tons of cocaine into the United States. But whatever. Look, what I'm trying to say is that they're full of shit. Apart from the fact that Maduro somehow dresses exactly like my local drug dealer, there's actually zero evidence that he's involved in drug trafficking. But at the end of the day, none of that really matters, right? Venezuela got the message loud and clear and they stopped selling oil to Cuba. And just to make sure nothing else slips through, the US has sent its military out to intercept any other country that dares sell oil to Cuba. Even civilian boats are getting intercepted. I mean, look, the New York Times actually made a cute little animation of a civilian ship trying to buy and sell oil, getting ping-ponged by a wall of US ships intercepting it in the Caribbean. But this guy's one of the lucky boats. I mean, since December, the US has killed over 200 people by drone striking random ships in the Caribbean, turning the sea into a no-go zone for pretty much anyone. Now, the US claims they're killing drug traffickers, which is kind of funny because in the United States, the punishment for dealing drugs is not execution. And so it's illegal anyway, but it's also super convenient because they've simultaneously blown up all the evidence of the supposed drug trafficking. And it's extra weird considering that the families of the victims are suing the US, showing that their dead husbands, brothers, and sons are just fishermen. And look, I don't know who to believe, right? Obviously, both these claims are equally credible, but that's beside the point, right? What I'm trying to say is the Caribbean Sea is now a no man's land, right? And Cuba hasn't had any fuel for 8 months. They're going through constant blackouts, the garbage trucks, the hospitals, everything's down. It's absolutely horrifying. So as a YouTuber who cares about this stuff, my first thought was, how can I make this about me? So I teamed up with Progressive International, and together we're going to get some boats and fill them with food and medicine and see if we can get through this military blockade. Alex and I have done so much dangerous stuff in the past, and I was so excited for the next adventure, but Alex was actually too scared to do this one, right? Which, I don't really care, right? My best friend doesn't want to hang out with me. It's not like a big deal. I got heaps of other friends, actually. I got one other friend, Dan. Let me tell you, me and Dan, we go way back. We're talk about friends. He's probably my best friend ever, actually, now that I think about it. It's always just been me and Dan against the world, and no one else matters as far as I'm concerned. We go way back. You know those guys that go to South America? You know the guys I'm talking about? They got disgusting hair, 100 armbands. They can't stop telling you about how their ayahuasca trip freed them from all their worldly vices, but they're also inexplicably addicted to Cuban cigars now.
It's true, though. He did... That's true. Alex did actually. By the way, on the boat with Alexa, there's an Italian union guy. Nice. Yeah, he was a little too worried. How is this guy more badass than you? No Hasan mentioned. Well, considering that okay, to be fair, I facilitated, but also we didn't even get to see one another because I flew out before he could get to Cuba because their travel got pushed back a little bit. I was actually very excited to see him in Cuba, but then unfortunately their travel got pushed back.
Yeah. Well, that was me and Dan 14 years ago. We went to Cuba together back then and did everything you'd expect us to do. And look, obviously that was a long time ago and we've both changed a lot since then, right? We both got haircuts. So Dan and I were all packed and ready to fly to Mexico and to try and sail this boat through the US blockade.
Oh, also the other reason why they couldn't come on with us was because they couldn't come to America. Yeah. Obviously they were, yeah. Thank you, Donald Trump.
What we didn't realize is that since we decided to go the dangerous route by boat instead of, flying all our aid in like everybody else, this trip would essentially be a never-ending cascade of bad news. And we received our first dose of it as soon as we arrived at the airport.
We got a message from the organizers. Apparently there's some fucking cyclone. Yeah, so essentially we're going to be delayed by 3-4 days, and we don't even know. I'm scared of the US invading Cuba. Yeah. The longer we wait, the more likely we're going to be there for when that happens.
Everyone else just flying in, hey?
Yeah. Every smart person. Yeah. Every important person. Also, I'm scared of getting bombed by the US.
Son of a bitch. He was supposed to fly too. It's not my fault that the American government would not issue a visa. Is BoyBoy and I Did a Thing banned? No, they're not. They just did not think that they would be able to secure a visa in time.
And it's just now we're taking the slowest boat possible. We're going to spend a month in that little channel just begging them to intervene. If we were fast enough, it's we've got a day. We've got a day in which it can happen. That's it's not a lot of time for the Navy to make decisions, But now they're going to be oh, do you want to do it today? They say nah. And then 3 days later they check in, they're they might change their mind.
Who's our captain anyway?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
He could be a fucking psycho. He could be.
It probably is.
He could be Lieutenant Dan.
But who is this guy who's just?
He's like, yeah, I'd love to sail.
I'd
like
love to go get bombed. You know.
I'd love to take YouTubers on a dangerous trip to here.
No
What
migrants.
the fuck is that?
Yeah, that's like that's weather. Trust him as my captain.
The stupid windy piece of shit.
I was really scared of the cyclone and the delays, but there was another coincidental issue that made me really scared of being in Cancun specifically and waiting for the weather to clear up.
Look, we actually timed it perfectly for the peak of spring.
Oh, dude, I got hit with this too. Oh, I got hit with this bullshit too on the way back. From Cuba, I didn't want to enter the country through Miami because, you know, Customs and Border Control Miami. I'm not trying to do that. So I flew to Mexico, got intercepted by Mossad agent Nas Daily at the Havana airport. That was a crazy story. And then I flew to Mexico, and I flew from Mexico to Los Angeles. And that was a fucking nightmare because the Mexican airport in Cancun was filled to the motherfucking brims with spring breakers.
So stupid.
Yeah.
We're gonna be the most disgusting men in the world.
Intercepted by Mossad, what? Yes. You guys forgot about this? I told you this story already. I'm at the Havana airport, and it's like, you know, not exactly the... I mean, I had a long-ass story about the Havana airport, but whatever. I'm at the Havana airport. I'm at the fucking cafe, and someone starts yelling at me from afar with a phone in his hands filming. They're like, this guy's a terrorist, this guy's a terrorist, this guy's a terrorist, all this shit. Yeah, lo and behold, it was that fucking weirdo, the agent of Israel, Nas Daily. Did the Spring Breakers recognize you in Cancun? Yes, of course they recognized me in Cancun.
Yeah, man, just a couple 30-year-olds with 1,000 cameras. I feel like a married man who's concocted like the most transparent lie I could think of. Sorry, babe, I gotta go do aid work. The children need me, man. What? Spring break for a week? Popular with 18 to 25-year-olds, that's us.
We're gonna get arrested, and it's not our fault.
I was trying to do aid.
Well, we're on the plane now, so there's no turning back from our destiny of, you know, being creeps in their mid-30s going to spring break. But whatever, that's a minor annoyance. We also had to fly a really stupid way to get there. You know, since the US has this tendency of, you know, arresting and deporting people who they don't like, even if they're just doing a layover and, you know, not actually entering the US, we had to fly all the way up to Canada and then fly back down to Mexico.
How are the
That's crazy. I didn't even think about that. I thought there was a direct flight to Mexico. I didn't even realize they had to go to Canada first. Yeah. Breaking: Democratic Socialists of America surpassed 120,000 members, making it the largest socialist organization in American history. The former title belonged to Eugene Debs' Socialist Party in 1912. It is now a better time to be socialist in America than ever before. You're nothing more than a domestic terrorist group. Your house on socialism. Your politician's house on socialism. America needs to deport every single one of you. 120,000 nutcases out of 330 million people is a drop in the bucket. I have no doubt most of your members are foreigners. The bottom line for Democrats is they failed America, or they wouldn't be relying on the Socialist Party to save it. Democrats have no leader. Just Trump derangement syndrome. The reasons you're as an organization, not a party like Eugene Debs, is that you lack the balls to stop voting blue no matter who. Demon rats and Republitards are two faces of the same imperialist coin. How many of those members are actual Native Americans? Your family pet on capitalism. Your family pet on socialism.
Not think about this. I was just like, it's only 5 hours from Cancun.
Oh, spring break.
So we just sat in the warmest diner we could find near the airport for like 13 hours. And then it was time to fly over to the climate that we actually packed clothes for.
Tenemos que practicar español. Tengo una idea. Todo el vuelo. El vuelo. Solo hablamos en español.
Bueno.
Para practicar.
Sí.
Sí.
Claro.
Si no sabemos cómo se dice algo, tenemos que decirlo en inglés con un acento de español. Yo tengo miedo de las bombas americanas. Necesito hacer caca en mis pantalones. Sí, es como se dice así.
We finally touched down in Mexico and we had to make our way to this little island where our boats were leaving from. So far, Mexico's the best country I've ever seen. Live music on the ferry ride, it was bloody great.
This is the kind of thing that happens.
Also, think about it this way. Like, could you imagine me having to do this? This would be fucking ridiculous. Okay. So shout out to Progressive International for actually, because I was initially, this was the plan. We were all going to fly down to Mexico and we were all going to take boats to Cuba. Okay. That would have been insane. It would have been impossible. No shot you will have internet. No, we that wasn't a problem. We had already figured that shit out. But it's not, I mean, it was, you don't even want to go on a luxury cruise ship? No, it's not because I'm afraid of the water. I don't give a shit about that.
It's like the Lord of the Rings, the final scene when they go to the Elfish Heaven.
Hearing this song when we get double tapped. I've never seen my own dad so clearly.
This is what it's gonna be like.
Floating up that way.
You ascend into the heavens.
So there we were. We're on the island and it was time to see the boats and meet our fellow sailors.
We haven't slept in like 2 days. And there's something about being so severely jet lagged that like it doesn't feel real.
Yeah.
You know, and if we're doing something normal, it would feel surreal. We're also doing something insane.
So we found the place and it turns out our boats were just on the other side of this mangrove. Now I went in there without filming because, you know, I didn't want to ruin my first impression by being, you know, an annoying YouTuber and sticking a camera in people's faces. But it turns out their first impression of me was actually much worse than any of that, right? Like what happened next is probably the most embarrassing thing I've ever put on the internet. And in my defense, I was very sleep deprived, like super sleep deprived, but I don't even know why I'm making excuses, right? You're going to see it anyway. But I essentially ran away from them, right? I shat my pants and I just ran away. Like I was only there for like 2 minutes and I met them and I said, hi, my name is Alexa. And these are like serious activists that were on the previous flotilla to Gaza. And they started telling me all this scary stuff, like about the likelihood of us getting bombed and how dangerous the conditions are in the sea right now. And I suddenly felt like this burning sensation in my stomach and I said I need to go poo, but then I disappeared for like 24 hours. And to be fair, I was actually pooing for a while. Like it was one of those like serious like shirt off poos, but that only accounted for like 15 minutes of my disappearance. The next 24 hours were mainly just me panicking and planning to go home.
You okay?
My stomach's fucked. It's so fucking bad.
Whoa, what's going on there?
I feel like an idiot. Did I come all this way, like, secretly knowing that I didn't want to do this thing? I feel like the dumbest guy in the world. Like, what did I think it was going to look like? What could it possibly have looked like that wasn't this confronting? And now I'm fucking embarrassed, because, like, why did I disappear? I was like there for 2 seconds.
Like, what are your options? I mean, I don't think you can really go home.
One of my favorite times with the streamers when they live with you, please have them back. Dude, I can't. I talked about this yesterday. Usually on the 4th of July, before Trump, okay, they would come over and stay with me for like 2 months. It was the best. It was the best time, dude. It's the fucking best. I miss them so much. I'm going to go to Australia. I'm going to go in and see them.
That's the thing. I can go home and just like learn that I'm not that guy. Like,
No, I don't think you're going to feel good doing that.
I feel bad, but it's like, I could have died. Anything's better than that.
Yeah, you really feel...
Yeah, I'm like really scared.
Yeah.
Hours passed during this freak out. The organizers didn't know where I'd gone. Like, little did they know that I was just a kilometer away and it was just me staring into the void and apparently stimming, which is a brand new feature I didn't realize I had for the past 30 years. But this one I worked out what the problem was. Like, it's not the fact that I'm like a pampered YouTuber who pretends he cares about the world, but can't handle any risk to his comfortable middle-class life. You see, the problem was Dan. See, Dan is one of those very kind people, right? Like a really good friend that's gonna when they see their friend panicking, they try to comfort them, right? Like hear them out and give them space. But that's when I realized what I actually needed was like an asshole like Alex, right? Or whenever I freak out while we're sneaking into a CIA base or laundering money, he's always been there to concoct the most sociopathically efficient way to bully me into doing something I'm terrified of.
Hey, Alex.
Hey, man.
I am fucking shitting myself. I'm so scared.
We went to go meet everybody, Alex, and Alexa just decided he needed to take a crap and ran off after.
I literally ran away.
No, I don't really want to do this anymore, guys. Yeah.
Oh, actually, I just remembered I need to poo, and then they never see me again.
It's exactly what you asked
No,
for.
it is exactly what I asked for, and now I'm thinking like, did I just secretly know the entire time that I didn't want to do this?
Well, I was surprised, like, why am I freaking out more than Alexa is? I was like, is this man fucking suddenly love open ocean?
Why am I so fucking stupid?
Well, Alexa, I think you know nothing about sailing, so don't try to understand it. Right?
Yeah.
Just let them. You're not going to magically solve all their sailing problems in like 5 minutes. Be like, wait, what if we tried this? It's just going to confuse you, and you're going to feel worse about it.
Well, I feel really bad now, so I think that's what's happened. The woman who's like one of the organizers did the Gaza flotilla, and she's like, yeah, when we did that, it was like a 70% chance that we would die, and we all knew that. And this one, is more chill, and I'm just like, I don't know, what do you... Like, how much more chill? I like with people who seem like their risk tolerance is so high.
It's true.
Like Dan.
Well, Dan's like, yeah, they seem really nice and cool.
Well, I think you need to remember, Alexa, that you are a YouTube content creator.
Yeah.
I think, what would Mr. Beast do?
Pay someone else to do it. Pay someone $1 million to do it with their hands tied behind their back.
Yeah, fuck, I forgot. I said that was meant to be helpful. I forgot he would do that. He ain't doing it. So, Alexa, I really gotta poo as well.
But that was my problem.
I know, but that's what I gotta do now as well.
Okay.
Alright, well, good luck. Let me know what you decide to do.
Okay, bye-bye. So the call obviously didn't help, and I immediately went back to being a fidgety little coward. I spent 2 minutes around legitimately selfless people who understand that their lives aren't more important than the lives of Palestinians and Cubans.
Someone fill me in on why they can't come here. Because they're fucking Aussie radicals, dude. They've literally gone into a CIA base in Australia. Their point of contact in America is me. Like in the past, when they were getting visas, they would just bring my name up and say that they were going to stay at my house, which in the past would not be that big of a problem. At least at this point, like the North Korea stuff is one thing. The American government doesn't know about the North Korea stuff, even though they literally did go, but it's not on their passport. So that's probably not going to get dinged when they're, getting looked at, especially because they wouldn't have been able to get visas in the past. But, yeah, imagine being like, yeah, we are Australian commies who are going to come and stay at Hasan Piker's house. That would be really funny. The visa guy would be like, okay, you should come to America just so we can put you in prison.
And, they're willing to put their money where their mouth is. And I was slowly realizing that I'm a bit of a phony and I'm terrified. Like, before I made any drastic decisions, I did decide to sleep on it, right? And honestly, a decent part of my panic could be attributed to the fact that I hadn't slept 50 hours because the next day was absolutely beautiful. I mean, look, the boats weren't in the best condition. The wood was rotten, the metal beams were snapped. We were essentially stranded, waiting for the weather to get better. And the third boat that we were meant to be on hadn't even arrived in the port yet. I mean, we weren't even sure if it existed, but everyone was just trying their best to deal with all these problems. And I discovered that it's surprisingly easy to distract yourself from your imminent death when you're busy trying to fix up a boat. For the next few days, we'd spend the daytime fixing up the boats and spend the nights having, little hoedowns. Honestly felt like I was living through the kind of thing that a middle-aged woman would fantasize about when...
Maybe you can meet them in the UK. That's really funny, chatter. That's really funny. Oh, haha. Haha. Israel banned you from going to another country. Haha.
You know, her husband forgets her
Fuck
anniversary. You know, just a ship full of sexy young adventurers in South America, just surrounded by like, you know, socially conscious, ripped guys who they stare deep into your eyes and promise to take you far away to feed starving people and make love under
I
the
saw Francesca
stars.
Hong
But still, for those few days, I was actually having a great time, right? Apart from when we sang all those sea shanties that, for some reason, they traditionally always focus on sailors dying horrible deaths on the ocean. But I did learn a lot about like boat maintenance, and I met a lot of cool people, which reminds me, I promised Jorge I'd plug his homemade chairs in this video, so if you're ever in Isla Mujeres and you need a really good chair, go find Jorge, he's got you covered. Anyway, as each day went past, I was getting a lot more comfortable, but more importantly, since a lot of these people had been on the previous flotilla to Gaza, like this guy playing the fiddle called Adnan, he let me know in detail what we were in for, and I was surprised. You know, I spent the lead up to this trip freaking out about getting bombed by the US, but it turns out it's also pretty fucked if they don't kill you, right? Even just getting intercepted by the military is still a horrifying experience.
Normally they intercept the boats with like their elite marine units, but there were so many boats, they didn't have enough of those elite forces, so they just called up like reservists, and you could see that they were like totally, like they didn't know how to drive the boat, like they couldn't figure out, like they were throwing up, they were seasick, like I mean, it's, you know, once you first see that green laser dot on your chest and you know that it's an 18-year-old who's been raised from birth to think that you're some kind of threat and subhuman, honestly, there's a pretty decent chance they'll pull the trigger.
Now, the interesting thing about Adnan is that, unlike everyone else who was sailing into the arms of the IDF, Adnan was simultaneously on a family vacation because he was on the boat with his younger brother as well.
They demanded the passport when they intercepted him, and he said, I want to speak to a lawyer. And they punched him in the face. And when they loaded him on the prison bus, like there's cells on the bus, so like you're already locked up. And the four of the guys just jumped on him and just started hammering him.
Holy shit.
And they beat him until he fell to his knees and curled up in a fetal position, and they were kicking him. And I was there watching my brother get beat, and I couldn't do that.
What can you do?
It was tough, man. You know, finally, I think we got into our cell. It was like a relief to be in the cell. You're like, okay, we're gonna be left alone at least for a little while now, you know.
But the relief didn't last long. Now, this is where the psychological warfare started.
We were like totally disoriented. I mean, we hadn't slept for 24 hours. We were just exhausted. Of course, I don't know what time it was in the morning. They undo the padlock. It's a big crossbar that they take off the door, so you hear the clunk, you know, of the metal. We were made to kneel down. Put our hands on our heads, and we didn't understand what was going on at all. So they've got dogs as well that they come in and they're like ready to release on you. They've got their green sniper dots on your chest. Yeah, sometimes they would just come in and count you.
Yeah.
And it's like, you think somebody slipped away?
Yeah, you guys ate each other, like I don't know.
No, I wanted to move to the next cell. I just tunneled through the wall. You know, I don't know what the hell.
So they do this weird intimidation routine multiple times a night. Like you never know when it's coming, right? And it always ends with them counting you.
But one time, he forgot that how many people were in the cell afterwards. So they came in like all like shock and awe. Lights on, guns out, dogs in, everything, count us, blah, blah, blah. And then he forgot, so after we were all like getting back in bed, he came back and like meekly poked his head like through the bars of the cage, and it's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's ridiculous. And it was so funny to me, like why don't you just do that in the first place?
Yeah.
Obviously. It's because you want to terrorize.
Intimidation, yeah.
I mean, look, it's a horrifying experience, but these activists are just constantly willing to put their lives on the line, like again and again for a good cause. And it makes sense why they do it, right? When you're fighting against the most powerful countries in the world and you're just a regular civilian, the flotillas are actually a really clever tactic. Like Cuba and Gaza, right? A group of people are being starved by military blockade, but the countries that are doing it are put in an impossible position when the flotilla arrives, right? So either you let them through and you look weak and it inspires more people to try and break your blockade, or you kill them or imprison them, in which case you look like a monster because now you're harming civilians from other countries, not just, the brown people that you've so far been able to justify killing. For that reason, the authorities try to stop the flotilla at every step of the way before you set sail. which is actually quite easy to do in the case of Cuba because the country's already sanctioned to shit, right? So if we want to get a boat for the flotilla, the company that rents or sells it to us and the insurance company that's covering the transaction and the voyage, they're immediately locked out of the international banking system because they're now doing business related to Cuba, right? And I don't know, no business is going to take that risk. So that's why our boats kind of suck, right? Like we either had to salvage like an old shit boat or pay a business an exorbitant amount of money to, make up for the fact that, their company will practically cease to exist after they do business with us. And we got a taste of that bureaucratic issue while we were fixing up these ships and the ship that...
The freest of markets. Yeah. Classic free market. The freer the markets, the freer the people.
We were meant to be on never arrived, right? It turns out all this pressure from the US and their sanctions...
Hey, Hasan, sorry if this is a bad time, but I'm in the market for streamer memorabilia for my personal archive. Let me know if you are selling your chair anytime soon. I pay competitively. DM me. I just remember when you scream ACAB, that includes that thick-ass bunny from Zootopia. When was the last time you went on a train? Wait, username Herman Smeller? Oh my God. Oh my God, I didn't even realize his name is... You are not touching Hermie, okay? You psycho. You nasty pervert. You want to smell the Hermie. You want to smell my Hermie? That's crazy. What's even crazier is I forgot that I promised I would hang out with my mom. So I have to end it actually on a straight up half day moment here because she just texted me and said, "What time are you coming to pick me up?" But I will finish this video for sure. 2026 Hasan moment. Oh my God, bro. The last 2 days I've done like 9 hours. The fuck do you want? You wanted biceps? You got biceps. You wanted fucking you wanted 8 hour streams? You got 8 hour streams. It's a Sunday. What are you doing together? Oh, none of your business. That's crazy. That's a crazy question. None of your business, dude. Bro calling off once Mexico starts, sus. Yeah, we're going to watch the Mexico game. Okay, that's what we're going to do. Viva Mexico! Anyway. Game delayed for an hour. Oh shit, I got an extra hour then. No, I'm kidding. No, we're not. It's not the Mexico game. Game is delayed. Anyway. Love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow. We got a lot more news, and also Nick Pollum on the broadcast tomorrow as well, at some point in the day. Peace, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Starting off the day, all the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo, still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.